Racing. Perfect start from the inside. Undertow wants to tow them along, and the 1 to 5 favorite strikes the front. Cal L sharp in second, 5 to 1. After that, Mr. Insensitive. Then we come to Found Jordan. Then it's Lil's Classy Dude. About 8 from the front. Undertow opens up by 5, and the stablemate Rejection Hurts in his turf debut. 10 out of it. Undertow and Harry Hernandez calling the shots by 5. In second is Cal L. After that, Mr. Insensitive covering up Found Jordan. Likewise for Lil's Classy Dude. All over Rejection Hurts, and they're about 10 lengths from the lead as Undertow does it reasonably. The lead still is 5, maybe 6. On the 6, Cal L niggled at by Lindy Wade, and about to be joined by Mr. Insensitive. Behind them, Found Jordan. Then it's Lil's Classy Dude, and Rejection Hurts is 8 lengths behind stablemate Undertow. And Undertow has had a clear lead pretty much since the gates popped. Undertow, the 1 to 5 favorite, wins the run to the top of the stretch. Hernandez starts to work on him with a 3-length lead. Cal L. After that, Rejection Hurts and Mr. Insensitive with Found Jordan, and Lil's Classy Dude is last. And now the leading man gets busy on Undertow with a 4-length lead. Cal L, Rejection Hurts, and they're into the final 125. Undertow, wrong lead, jumping all over the place, but doing so with a 7-length lead. And Undertow has taken them wire to wire. 2-1-6 in the first. They're racing the quintet off smoothly. Birdie Be Gone tries to spread the wings and fly away, and Birdie Be Gone, the 2 to 5 favorite, puts 2 on number 2, Lyrical. After that, Sundance Star, the Minnesotan, close, and Sundance Star now has been overtaken by Royal Bonus. Brahms Is Who, last of the 5 as they race nearly in single file, but now Brahms Is Who revs up from behind and passes Sundance Star, and Birdie Be Gone as company in the shape of Lyrical into the far turn. Birdie Be Gone a half, Lyrical 2.5. After that, we come to Royal Bonus, shoved on very hard by Zeke Laura. Brahms Is Who out of last, 7 lengths from the lead. Sundance Star can see them all, now 12 lengths behind Birdie Be Gone, and Constantino Roman has not moved a muscle on that 4. Birdie Be Gone, Lyrical, LAV working really hard on Lyrical to keep up with Birdie Be Gone. Then we come back to Royal Bonus, Brahms Is Who, and Sundance Star into the final furlong. Birdie Be Gone 2.5. Lyrical absolutely running her heart out. So is Brahms Is Who running on fast. 75 to go. Birdie Be Gone is gone indeed. And they're racing, and Club Mesquite on the wide side popped spectacularly. So did Thick Haze, and the Minnesotan has speed with fellow Minnesotan. I'm a Harley 2 at 9 to 1. After that, Karma Newt's incredibly rank, head way up in the air, right behind Go for Gold, about 7-8 lengths out of it, and joined by the Brit Move Over, and the one loping along in last is Chocolate Ice Cream, 10 from front to back. I'm a Harley 2 revs up and heads up the Canterbury Park barn side with a 2-length lead. Thick Haze lay second, 1.5 lengths away from Club Mesquite. Then it's Go for Gold trying to win 2 in a row, sequestered to the inside of Move Over, and the Brits on the move as I'm a Harley 2 slows down a bit into the far turn. The lead now is a half. Karma Newts is now on the bit, angled to the outside, 5 out of it, and Chocolate Ice Cream, the veteran, in the clear, 8 lengths from the lead, and up goes Thick Haze. Thick Haze blows right by I'm a Harley too, and right behind that one, Move Over, trying to tell Thick Haze to move over. They're 1-2. Carmenutes to the outside of Club Mystique. The Mesquite, then we come to Go for Gold and Chocolate Ice Cream, and they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. It is Thick Haze leading by a set of blue blinkers. Outside of that, Move Over with Carmenutes and Chocolate Ice Cream. On the inside, Go for Gold. Here comes Chocolate Ice Cream from the outhouse to the penthouse at 3.5 to 1. Jermaine Bridgemahan, well done. And they're racing, and after said ruckus, Burn Boss burns out of the starting gate with speed, but passing time is faster. Passing time from Burn Boss, and right behind them, Silent Sailor to the inside of Red's Mr. Z. Then it's Ring-Tailed Tutor and the debuting Boyd Ram far out of it as they zing into the far turn. And with about a half mile to go, we have three, nearly four abreast. Ring-Tailed Tutor making a big move on passing time, and passing time wants nothing to do with it and runs away by one. After that, Silent Sailor, then a mile back to Red's Mr. Z. Burn Boss to the outside of that one. They're 11 out of it, and about 7 clear from Boyd Ram. And passing time, and whistling a sweet tune on the lead with a quarter of a mile to go. It is Passing Time running away from Silent Sailor, and Ring-Tailed Tutor is now 7 lengths in arrears, 8th pole. Erica Murray and Passing Time in a one-horse race. Silent Sailor is second. After that is Ring-Tailed Tutor, but Passing Time at 3 to 1 is gone. Passing Time domination. And they're racing in the Abercrombie to Adelaide Dash. And going to the lead is Lock It Down, attempting to win 2 in a row. Royals Lil Diva at 7 to 1 has good speed and secures the inside. Now Royals Lil Diva in very tightly, just off the heels of Lock It Down, who now opens up by 3. Al Quani, the big beautiful mare, rolls up into second, about 5 lengths clear from Dora the Explorer. That one's to the inside of Ice and Lemon, and the field is well strung out. Up top, Lock It Down still has a clear lead. Royals Lil Diva, 10 out of it after the trouble, to the inside of Jewel Azul. Then it's Give 'em Shade out in the clear, about 12 behind Lock It Down. Behind that is Tantima, and Tantima's now joined by With Her Boots On. They're on the move, 13 from the lead, and far clear from More Romance, and the one in last is Competitive Spirit, and they're off the far turn, and Lock It Down's trying to lock it down, leading it by 5 and just cruising along. Lock It Down with an ever-widening lead right now. After that, Dora the Explorer. Dora the Explorer is in second, about a half length clear from Jewel Azul. And then we come back to With Her Boots On, closing on the inside. But the winner, Lock It Down, has run them into the ground. And Lock It Down makes the 3 to 2 look like stealing. The win was by 8. With Her Boots On second, Jewel Azul ran third. And they're racing. Good break. Number 2, Harleasy, started in last, but is recovering okay. And Lolo's Laughter right to the lead, along with PR Call Me Maybe to the inside. Then it's Mongolian Apple, but Lolo's Laughter runs away by 2. The stablemate Red Sense off a long layoff. Fourth and about 5 lengths from the front, being pushed on a bit by Izzy. 2.5 clear from Harleasy. Then it's the gray Prince of Earl, 7 lengths from the front. And the front belongs to Lolo's Laughter, tugging along 3. Mongolian Apple, widest of all, next to the rail. PR Call Me Maybe. Red Scent shoved on 5 out of it. Then it's Harleasy and Prince of Earl. And now Lolo's Laughter pulls away by 2. PR Call Me Maybe flashes into second at 14 to 1. Mongolian Apple is doing the moonwalk. After that, Red Sense. Then it's Harleasy and Prince of Earl on the outside. And Lolo's Laughter as company. The favorite leads it by 1. PR Call Me Maybe trying to pull an upset. Mongolian Apple attempting to re-engage. Lolo's Laughter too good. And Lolo's Laughter wins it with a whinny. And they're racing. Fast beginning for Papa Rizzo off the layup. Bold Voyager attempting to win 4 in a row. That one at 9-2 grabs the lead with 1 lap to go. Then we come to North Cut, the long shot sharp early. After that, Devoted to You, about 5-6 lengths from a fast early pace. About 3.5, maybe 4 behind that to Skippy Strike. And Skippy is a length clear from Coastal Waters. And Coastal Waters now has been passed by Bob's All In, the 8-year-olds on the move. And tracking that one on the outside, Overly Lucky, beginning to advance, 13 from the front. Then we come to Mark and Greeley, and the one in last is War Chest. Well strung out Cast heads up the Canterbury Park barn side, and they're chasing Zeke Lara and Papa Rizzo. The 8-year-old is spry tonight, leading it by 1. Bold Voyager now relegated to second, about 1.5 lengths clear from North Cut to the outside of Devoted to You. Then we come to Bob's All In, 7-8 out of it. About to be passed by Skippy Strike and/or Overly Lucky. Meanwhile, Papa Rizzo leads it by 3 with 1/4 mile to go. Far clear from Overly Lucky, who's beginning to close in. Then it's Coastal Waters, and they head for home. Papa Rizzo trying to make him say uncle, but he's slowing down. Here comes Devoted to You to the outside. Skippy Strike's running a good one. Likewise for Mark and Greeley from behind. Papa Rizzo desperate to hold on, and Papa Rizzo is everybody's daddy in race 7. And they're racing from the 8 spot. Spoiled Brat comes out very quickly, and that lead has been ceded by Let Me Down Easy, who takes the lead at 15 to 1. 4-8 are about 2.5 lengths clear from Bell Fire, who's prominent, now just 4 or 5 lengths out of it, and joined by Gloriously Wicked on the move to the outside. Fast pace, they're well strung out. After that, Fast and Fearless pushed on hard. That one is joined by Tatum's Journey. Tatum's Journey is to the outside of Carrot's Count. Then we come back to an on-charging Mighty Maddie on the class drop. Way back in last, the firster, Tammy Macho. The top 2 have pulled away by 7 and are locked in battle heading into the final furlong. It is Spoiled Brat to the outside of Let Me Down Easy. Then it's Bellfire and Mighty Maddie to the outside. But 8 is great in race 8. It's Spoiled Brat in front.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as one of our mutual tellers, the very talented Jerry Langsworth, leads us in the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is listed as Money and the turf, well, we are off. Muddy and off, and here are the bevy of changes on this afternoon's 8-race program. Race 1 is free and clear, no changes in race number 1. Race 2, scratch number 1, A Rose and Wine. 3, Take Me Up Brady. 7, Samurai Mike. 1, 3, and 7 are scratched in race 2. With those scratches, there will be no superfecta wagering. Race 3, free and clear. No changes in race 3. Moving forward now to the 4th race, scratch number 4, Manhattan Cherry. Race 4, scratch 4. Ahead to the 5th. There'll be a scratch and a jockey change in the 5th race. Take out number 8, Bandit Point. Bandit Point is a scratch. Put Harry Hernandez on the 4. Hernandez rides the 4 in race 5, and the 8, Bandit Point, is a scratch. Just a workout in race 6, 7 horse, going 3 furlongs, 39.03 breezing. No scratches. 7th race, scratch the 3, Naughty Nelly, the 4, Clubhouse Saint, the 5, Dreaming Biz, the 6, Shabam, and the 8, Hurricane Hunter. 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8 in race 7, which is off the turf. No superfecta, no try, no place, no show. Win and daily double bets for race number 7. And our final scratch will happen in race number 8. Final scratch of the card in the last. Take out number 6, Big Boy McCoy. Race 8, take out 6, Muddy on the main track, off the turf. And up next, Jeff Madej and Angela Herman with everything important going on right out here at the park.
Thanks, Kevin Gorg. You're right. I'm Jeff Madej. This is Angela Herman. Welcome to Canterbury Park. It is Basset Hound Day, Ange. You love it.
Yeah, I know. After races 3 and 6, we're going to have a few heats of Basset hound racing. Make sure you get out by the rail. It is a muddy main track to start with. Interesting to see what the Bassets will do as they make their way through it, but we will probably dry out by the time we get to the second set of them. And that is just the second of more sets of dogs that we have to come this summer.
That's right. Corgis and wiener dogs are
Still
yet
to
to come. And a quick peek ahead to this coming week on Wednesday. It's like the old days, a 12-race package. It all starts at 5 o'clock, 7 thoroughbreds, 5 quarter horses, all sorts of action. Those new lights that we spent more than $1 million on are going to get a good test on Wednesday. And then, of course, the 4th of July weekend. We're not racing on the 4th. We don't need to because we have the 3rd of July quick trip fireworks.
Yeah, exactly. It is a spectacular. That is the only way to describe the fireworks show that we have the 3rd of July every year. And it does start a bit after the races. If you can't make it here for race number 1, that's fine. We do have a long night of racing ahead of that. But that is on July 3rd. And we do have a 4 p.m. post time that day. That's what we got to start things off. We got the post time pick 4 coming up starting in the 1st. We also have a 10% takeout wager in the pick 5. And that's what's set on the table besides the Bassets.
Make your way down to the paddock now. Today at the races coming up next with Kevin Gorg and Paul Allen. We'll see you there.
Hey, Sunday at Canterbury Park, and a very happy Sunday to you. Paul Allen, Kevin Gorg, 2/3 of the STEAM team. On behalf of our TV department, our management team, and everybody up in the Dark Star press box, welcome to Pepsi Family Day. And first, we have to begin with an apology. I didn't plan to begin with an apology. It's to you. It's not to everybody else. It's to you. But I just saw a couple of my friends over here, the Cosgroves, roll up. They had a horse they own run at Pleasanton last night at 6:15 Central, and I
Don't
forgot,
say it.
And I forgot to bet, and I forgot to tell you, and the horse won at 55-1. I'm just kidding, 2-1. But winners are hard to winners for me are hard to find these days. So anyway, you accept my apology?
Well, don't let it happen again. That's free money. We had free money. Congratulations, you guys.
Congratulations. So we got the apology out
That's
of the way
awesome.
on this Sunday. Your picks have been doing incredibly well of late. What'd you have yesterday, 5 or 6?
I had 5.
Almost swept the card the other day. Hey.
It's been going okay, and again, we're hoping today is one of those weird days where we're off the turf, so the field size thing doesn't really count. But we had some nice size fields last night. We had a couple of nice prices. Mm-hmm. We had a 10-1 in Papa Rizzo. We had chocolate ice cream at near 4-1. I thought both were playable, but today's a day you're going to have to manufacture things. You know, it's it's one of those pesky days where the races that were originally scheduled for the main track, PA, they're fine. You just got to take a look and see if your top pick is okay on a wet track. But the turf races clearly got decimated. We're going to have a 3-horse field in race 7. So the handicappers now have to figure out how to play those horizontal bets like the pick 4 and the pick 5. There's a way to do it, and you can still make good money on these days when it's wet and we're off the turf, but you've got to be creative.
Now this potentially could be a day where if you feel you don't need to use as many horses as previously because of the scratches, then play the tickets multiple times.
For sure.
Or put, like I'm singling T-Bone's trick in the first pick 4. Well, the ticket's not that big, so therefore I'm going to play it for $1, and then I'm going to play a little side separate 50-set ticket that has like 3 horses in the T-Bone's trick race. I think it costs $16, maybe $24, but it's an opportunity not only to hit pick 4s and pick 5s twice, but not spend as much money to make hundreds, who knows, maybe thousands of dollars.
Yeah, you got to remember with the pick 4s and pick 5s with that 10% takeout, whatever money is bet. So let's just say on a particular day like today, they bet $30,000 into our early pick 4. Take out that 10%. You're playing for the $27,000. It's sitting there waiting. The more tickets that have that pick 4, they share it. So if you have a smaller ticket, to Paul's point, play it 2, 3, 4 times, and you'll get more of those shares if you're right. That's the point, and that's why I love playing races like the pick 4 and pick 5, because literally they overpay every single time. And I go back to last Wednesday with that big glitzy Northern Stars Turf Festival. The pick 5, the all turf one, paid $1,800, and there were no horses in that sequence that were very hard to find.
Now, for those who are new, the newbies to Canterbury, or you don't come out that much, and you've never played a pick 4 or a pick 5, just a quick little synopsis. We have pick 4s beginning in races 1 and 5. Our pick 5 begins in race 4. Now, when we say pick 4 or 5, that means pick the winners of 4 or 5 consecutive races. The bet starts at 50 cents. You can use as few or as many horses as you like in each race. Now, on a day like this where scratches have decimated some of these races, I mean, like Kevin and I like to preach, we wish that people would learn more about handicapping and the past performances and things like that. But if you don't, okay, then that's fine. So come to the conclusion of how many horses you think have a chance in a given race. Play those pick 4s and that pick 5 today. There could be gold in them our hills, Kevin.
Yeah, and again, if you're intimidated by the multiple horse thing, just look at it this way. Let's say you like the early pick 4. You think you've got a couple of horses in each race you fancy. If you go 2 horses in each race, then you just take that. 2 times 2 is 4, times 2 is 8, times 2 is 16.
Yep.
It's a 50-cent bet. You have 16 50-cent bets. It's an $8 ticket. Yeah. So in the pick 4, you have 2 horses in each race. Your top pick and maybe the horse you fear the most. If you survive and one of your 2 horses wins those first 4 races on that ticket, which was very affordable, you go home with hundreds, maybe thousands of dollars. The guy we're looking at right now last night, I watched him do it. Johnny the Mouse Mickelson turned $14
into
over $1,300, and it all happened in a couple of hours. Now, I don't know how the overnight bets went in Australia and shot 10, but he was a little edgy this morning with my picks, so I don't think they went well. Yeah. But how about turning $14 into $1,300? I don't know any other place you can do that other than the racetrack,
right?
And that's why I love the game so much.
And with pick 4s and pick 5s.
Absolutely.
Last thing I said to Johnny the Mouse Mickelson, the hottest handicapper at the track now before I left last night, was make sure you don't find a way to make Australia A, B, C, and D, and F. And come back with that big fat voucher today, okay? So have a great time at Canterbury today and play those pick 4s and 5s. And again, if you're not going to handicap, take Angela's picks, take Kevin's picks, figure out what you like, whichever horse you think looks best in the paddock, use them, and play a pick 4 or a pick 5 and see what happens. Our main track is muddy, and the turf races, as Senor Spotty shared, have been moved to the main track. Race number 1, that begins the first pick 4 on your programs. you'll see 10% takeout. That's the lowest in the nation. That means more comes back to you. So therefore, the first race, pick 4 is a really good one to play on. Races 1, 2, 3, and 4. I pick it 3, 1, 2. I like May We All with that early speed. I'm gonna roll the dice. Early speed's good. Early in the equation today. So 3, 1, 2 for me.
I'm going to try to get a little cute now with the wet track. I've gone up and kind of re-handicapped the race. I've fallen to the 5. Fredonian, who's currently around 14-1. These connections, Zeke Laura and Joe Roberts, they popped last night with Papa Rizzo. And so if Papa Rizzo is part of the equation, Joe Roberts has sent out 8 horses so far. And as I look at the numbers right now beneath me, 7 of the 8 have hit the board and 2 of them have won. And they both won in long shot odds. So I'm going to try Fredonian. 5 starts on a wet track, 3 for 5 in the top 3. I think the horse sits right off of the 3, who likely has the lead and goes favored. But I think this horse gets a favorable trip. And I think this horse has faced better competition. In second, I was torn between the 6 and the 7. I'll go 5, 7, and 6. Sign of the Cross to me looks like a horse that can win on basically any surface. Anytime I see Maggie Moss as the owner at any track, I pay attention because she is awesome and she wins everywhere. So again, I go 5, 7, and 6.
Love that. Revisionist handicapping because of Mother Nature and a surface change. I mean, that's what we do. Race number 2, off the turf, 5 furlongs is okay. It's going to be a sprint, probably on a muddy track at that stage. Scratch numbers 1, 3, and 7, 1, 3, and 7. I mean, I picked it 4, 2, 6 when it was on the turf. I'm not going to change my picks, but I don't feel great about Channel 1, specifically given this one's going to be a lower price. So like on my pick 4 ticket, I have all in here while having a single in the next race. So whomever wins, I'm rooting for the longest shot on the board. Is it easier for you to figure out?
Well, I had it 4-5 on the turf, and I just come right back with 5-4. I go 5-4-8 on the main track. I think Optimal Courage is better on the main track than Channel 1. I think Channel 1 was a stone-cold cinch if we were on the turf. Now the race is wide open. I think you got to give Miami Crockett a peek. I think Dive Deep can win. So I like your strategy here in your pick 4 of using all, because this race, to me, if Optimal Courage doesn't win, anybody can win.
And the third race, and the reason that I use an all there with I think 3 or 4 in the first race is because I'm singling number 5 T-Bone's Trick. I picked against T-Bone's Trick last time, and the reason I did is there were some scratches in that race that pulled 2 speed horses out. Yep. So therefore, I can't remember who they were. I mean, it was a paceless race, and certainly something that T-Bone's Trick does not prefer. I do not find that to be the case today with Windcracker, Magoo. Mr. Who puts the pedal to the metal, and T-Bone's Trick will probably sit closer than usual. Unified Dreams has a little bit of speed too, but I like number 5 T-Bone's Trick a lot in this race today. I'm betting him to win if I can get 2-1 or higher, and I'm singling T-Bone's Trick in my pick 4. I pick it 5, 2, 3.
Yeah, I think the 5 is going to be tough to beat. T-Bone is a nice horse. He's won 13 out of 45 in his career. I was torn between the 4 and the 5. In lukewarm fashion, I go with Unified Dreams. He's got enough natural speed to stay close. He's never been on a wet track, so that's the question mark that needs to be answered. So I go 4, 5, and 3, thinking that Unified Dreams will be able to handle this muddy track at Canterbury.
Hey, no doubt. Race number 4 begins that pick 5, Nation Low takeout there. What we did last couple of years with the pick 5 and then last year with the pick 4 is to not only assuage or help those here at Canterbury, but to draw in more of a national betting audience. So we went antithetical to what pretty much every track in the country does, and we took our pick 5 wager and our first pick 4, went way down to 10% on the take. The take is the rake. That's what we get at Canterbury is the racetrack to run CPHC, Canterbury Holding Company or Holding Corporation. The pick 4s and pick 5s at a lot of places around the country, 18 to 25%. It's 10% here. That means hundreds come back to the winners each and every pick 5 each and every day. 1 mile on the turf for race number 4, scratch number 4, Manhattan Cherry. I'm on Pat's Gal. Who you on?
I was torn between the 1, Pat's Gal, and the 6, Mo Smoking. really a hard call for me. I like the class drop, though, of the 6, Mo Smoking, from maiden special down to maiden 10. Ran last time in a 4-horse field, but I think Mo Smoking, second time off the layoff. This horse is going to get a decent trip from just off the pace. One is super interesting to me. I know you like that horse. I'll let you divulge why. I go 6, 1, and 2.
Well, the thing with Pat's gal is, we're looking at $10,000 maiden claimers. So, with all due respect to everybody, we're right at the bottom. That's the bottom of the bottom as we go here at Canterbury Park. These horses are trying to find their first victory. And for Pat's gal, I think the fact that she had not tried the turf, and now it goes to the main track, where granted she ran one time on a muddy track in 2022, but it was her debut, and it was at Oaklawn Park in a $90,000 race. So I'm going to go ahead and draw a line through that if you don't mind. But staying on the main track, I think, helps her, and I see gradual improvement here. I just see that she's starting to kind of get closer at the wire to a certain extent and just kind of even out with maybe a little burst coming from right off the pace to who she truly is. I don't love this horse, but she's going to be close to the pace. She's going to be on the inside, and I think Kelsey's sitting on a bunch of wins, and I think they're going to come here relatively soon. So I go 1, 5, 4 in this race, but I am using several in my pick 4. What do you think is the speed of this race?
That's a tough call. I would say...
Smoking, maybe, right?
Well, Mo Smoking showed speed last time. I think the horse on the outside, coming out of that fast sprint with a guy like Izzy Hernandez, I actually think the 7 might get the lead. And then what do you do with the 5? Mizzen Jima, that horse showed speed last time as well, but both the 5 and the 7 take the hood off. So I think the front is really up for grabs.
In the 5th race, number 4, Astronomical, is picked up by Harry. Hernandez rides number 4. In race 5, that begins the second and final pick 4 this week. Scratch number 8, Bandit Point. What you going to do here, KG?
I'm going to fall into the 2 with your guy, Lindy Wade, for Gary Shear. 7 tries on a wet track, 4 for 7 in the top 3. This horse looks like he's sitting on a good effort. If T-Bone's Trick runs a big race, that will flatter this horse because he finished 3rd behind the T-Bone last time, and this is noticeably softer company. T-Bone's Trick would be heavily favored against this bunch. Thought is super, super interesting, the 6. I saw Diodoro's in town. We don't get to see Robertino all the time in Shakopee. He's got barns all over the place. He'll be at Saratoga later this summer. So I go 2, 6, and 3, but the 6 is absolutely the horse to beat.
And I think number 5, Words of Wisdom, also with Dio in town. That's key. He's been here several days with those he has here at Canterbury, not as many as in the past, but Emerald Bay Stables claimed this horse for $12,500. Robertino and Emerald Bay have been in partnership for years. They're very, very good to each other. This horse has an abundance of early speed. Dio got to work with Words of Wisdom. Thought is the one that's going to take the majority of the money of the 2. I'm going to pick the other one, number 5, Words of Wisdom. I'll take Wise Verdict 2nd and Thought 3rd, 5, 2, 6 in race number 5, and I am betting number 5 to win. Race number 6, no scratches, no rider changes. 5, 3, 4 for me. 5, 3, 4 for me. This is a super cool race with a purse at about $30,000. Astronaut Oscar in for a tag. We've discussed this before. It's $25,000, so it's a big fat tag. But Astronaut Oscar is the kind of horse that runs in stakes races, Minnesota bred stakes races here at Canterbury. I think this is a really, really interesting race. What do you do?
Yeah, it's a poker game with these claiming prices. And, he's 7 years old now, but that is interesting that Pete Matson does have this horse, a homebred, who I know he fancies very much, in for a tag here. I didn't like the ride last time, I'm going to be honest, and I love Chad Lindsay, but I thought the horse who broke on top took back and stalked, and that's just not his game. Like, he's at his best. If you go back in the running past performances, he's at his best when he's on the lead. And today is the day I think he can make the lead and stay on the lead. So I'm going to go with Astronaut Oscar. His wet track numbers aren't great, but he's only had 3 tries, and I think this wet track today at Canterbury will be kind to horses on the front. I go 3, 4, and 5.
And it's going to be 5, 3, 4 for me. I'll take Warrior Boss on top. I think this one will go off closer to 5 to 2. They bet Burnt, and Constantino Roman won 3 races yesterday. Trainer Joel Burnt won 4. Warrior Boss got one off the layoff. If you're a speed figure type of person, like the buyer speed figure, this horse generally is uber consistent with the types of numbers that he runs. He's an 8-year 8-year-old. So the fact that he got one, and Joel, who is exquisite at placing his horses in the right spot, not overstepping or not panic dropping. I think Warrior Boss with the trip is in a wonderful spot, and 6 for 21 at Canterbury, 11 for 21 in the top 2. He has a victory on a wet track. He always has liked it here. 5-3-4 in race 6. Race 7 is the penultimate, like Kevin said earlier. Sadly, we are relegated to 3 here. It's a 3-horse race with only win and daily double wagering because we scratched numbers 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8 are out of race 7. I like number 7, Swanage, with Kelsey to get the early lead and never look back. So I'll take the 7 to win.
Yeah, I just think the 1 and 2 are probably, if we're being honest, better horses in full fields. But with no other speed in the race, Kelsey Haar can really dictate the pace all by herself. And I think Swanage is in a great place for victory. 3-horse field, I go 7, 2, and 1.
8th race, scratch number 6, Big Boy McCoy. I liked Big Boy McCoy, and what I think
My top pick.
Well, me too.
Yeah.
And right here, I think
10 to 1, man.
No, I'm doing that because you're red hot. I mean, I'm about ready to ask you to take your voucher and like rub it on me.
Oh, good.
No, you're hot, man. Your picks have been unbelievably good the last 2 weeks. So I still think it's a wide open race, and before I explain to you exactly who I took and why I took this horse, I want to hear from you because I took number 2, Stun Gun.
I'd love to see David Miller get a win with that horse off the bench. The workouts tell me the horse is probably doing pretty well. And I don't think the wet track will be a problem. I just don't see any speed in the race now that the 6 is out. So I fall into the 8, who I know Jay Litza, our excellent handicapper in the Star Tribune, also fancies. I see lone speed here. I don't know if the 5 can keep up. Maybe the 1 holding tight. If you go back, yeah, I just think the 8's going to at some point open up on this field. And then I think the 4, the 2, the 3, those horses do come flying late. So I go 8, 4, 3, and 2.
And it's 2-9-5 for me. I'm using 4 horses in this race, or maybe 5 in my pick 5. I think Stun Gun likes Canterbury. Now, the fact that this horse is going to be so far back or potentially off the pace and what could be kind of a speed-free race, that is a problem. I think there's a little bit of speed in here with the 3 we just mentioned. So I'm going to take a Stun Gun and root for Derby Glass to get her first Canterbury Park victory. 2-9-5 for me. Kevin Gorg, Paul Allen, for those in TV, and with our management team and those in the Dark Star press box, we thank you very much for coming to the racetrack today. Don't forget about our website, CanterburyPark.com, to learn about the concert series. Killer Queen will be here very soon. I've seen them 3 times. They're very, very good if you like Queen music. And, of course, the 3rd of July, courtesy of Quick Trip, is right around the corner. God bless everybody. Happy Sunday. Have a good day.
And the horses are moving onto the track for this afternoon's first race. Main track is muddy. We are off the turf today at Canterbury. And we will break for some Basset hound racing. 3 heats after our third horse race. After race 3, 3 heats of the Basset hounds. And then again after race 6, more Basset hounds. Main track muddy off the turf. And we'll have a pick 4 here for you momentarily to start your day. Post-time pick 4 time in just 4 minutes with that 10% takeout. Going to spread a little bit here with this race kind of being in the wide open variety. My top pick is the 5, who's double digits. I'm going to spread out 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 here in the lid lifter. I was very torn in this race. Race 2, we're going to start to pare things down. The 4, Channel 1, and the 5, Optimal Courage. In the third race, 3, 4, and 5. And we'll close it out with the 1, Pat's Gal, and the 6, Most Smoking. It's a $30 ticket, and this pick 4 actually, if we can get just one good price home, which I think can happen here in the first, we're on our way to a nice score. Got to play the pick 4, guys. Post-time pick 4, 10% takeout, lowest in the industry. You can play my $30 ticket. You can modify it. You can add a couple horses that you like, or you can take out a couple you don't think you need. Maybe single one of those races where I've got a couple and pare that thing down. But the bottom line is you can't win it if you don't get in it. And we're 3 minutes away from race 1 and the pick 4.
And the horses are approaching the starting gate for Pepsi Family Day. Thank you, Pepsi, one of our sponsors and the providers of Family Day. We also thank Quick Trip and QuickTrip.com. Canterbury Park Racing this summer, also provided by Maker's Mark, Minnesota Lottery, Michelob Ultra, and Kim Crawford Wines. Our featured groups this Family Day include Copeland, Buell and Company, and the Heritage Fire Festival. Welcome to the races, and thank you, Loeffler, the first race sponsor. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time for Family Day at Canterbury Park. All righty now, moving in. Happy Sunday. And they're racing. Fredoni in the gray popped very sweetly, and so did Sign of the Cross from the 7 spot. Between them as May We All. Mishko comes sneaking through to the inside in tightly with Big League Benny, and a lot of action around the first turn of race number 1 on Family Day at CBY. And avoiding all of the pitfalls and or potential moguls is Fredonian, and Zeke Laura getting clear by 1. Sign of the Cross lays second. Mishko's under a very tight pull to the inside. After that, we have Big League Benny, who now takes back. Big League Benny's behind May We All. May We All generally closer to the pace, beginning to make a move with a half mile to go. And May We All is about 5 lengths from the lead and to the inside of in the catbird seat, who is about 5 from the front. Then we come to Chess Candy, and the one at the tail is Big League Benny, 10 lengths out of it. Fredonian leads it by 2. Sign of the Cross flashes into second, and now is attempting to flash into first. And Harry and Sign of the Cross mean business on the move to the outside of that gray. After that, we come to Mishko, and Mishko's about 8 lengths from the lead. Behind that one is Chess Candy, and they head for home, chasing Sign of the Cross at 2.5 to 1, and Sign of the Cross opens up by 5. After that, Fredonian, and then we come to Mishko outside, Chest Candy inside May We All, but it's Sign of the Cross dominating on a Sunday. Number 7, Sign of the Cross, ran first. Number 5, Fredonian, second. Number 1, Mishko, third. And 6, Chest Candy, fourth. 137.59 on the Muddy Main. To begin the post-time pick 4, it's unofficial. Claim in race 1, Claim in race 1. Stand by. The winner, Sign of the Cross, claim for $4,000. New trainer, Juan Gutierrez, who co-owns with Jeff Jacobs. Winner, tagged, $4,000. Opener, Gutierrez, Jacobs, Gutierrez. The first race is official. Superfecta, top 4 finishers in a given race, 35 and change. Exacta, 1680. Trifecta, 5185. Some good payoffs from race number 1. On to the second. Off the turf today, the distance of race 2 is okay. Scratch numbers 1, 3, and 7. The winner of the first and the Rotten Apple purse is Sign of the Cross, and our leading rider, Harry Hernandez. The winning owner, Maggie Moss. The winning trainer, Chris Richard. That's 2 in a row for Sign of the Cross. Once again, it is Pepsi Family Day today. We have kids' birthday party packages available every Sunday, so stop by the Quick Trip table by the grandstand entrance. Sign up for your chance to win free fuel for a year or a $100 Quick Trip gas card. Race number 2 is 23 minutes from now, provided by Apple Autos, the official vehicle supplier to Canterbury Park. And they're racing. Fredoni in the gray popped very sweetly, and so did Sign of the Cross from the 7 spot. Between them is May We All. Mishko comes sneaking through to the inside in tightly with Big League Benny, and a lot of action around the first turn of race number 1 on Family Day at CBY. And avoiding all of the pitfalls and or potential moguls is Fredonian, and Zeke Laura getting clear by 1. Sign of the Cross lays second. Mishko's under a very tight pull to the inside. After that, we have Big League Benny, who now takes back. Big League Benny's behind May We All. May We All generally closer to the pace, beginning to make a move with a half mile to go. And May We All is about 5 lengths from the lead, and to the inside of in the catbird seat, who is about 5 from the front. Then we come to Chess Candy, and the one at the tail is Big League Benny, 10 lengths out of it. Fredonian leads it by 2. Sign of the Cross flashes into second, and now is attempting to flash into first. And Harry and Sign of the Cross mean business on the move to the outside of that gray. After that, we come to Mishko, and Mishko's about 8 lengths from the lead. Behind that one is Chess Candy, and they head for home, chasing Sign of the Cross at 2.5 to 1. And Sign of the Cross opens up by 5. After that, Fredonian, and then we come to Mishko outside, Chess Candy inside May We All. But it's Sign of the Cross dominating on a Sunday.
Happy Sunday, everybody. Welcome out to the paddock. We've got Basset hounds later today after race 3 and race 6. The hounds are kind of around down here by the paddock, looking gorgeous with those big floppy ears, ready to do their thing for all of us later today. And the horse racing starts with Double H, Harry Hernandez, and a 5-2 shot named Sign of the Cross, who does the press and pounce and ruins my long shot dreams on Fredonian. On to race number 2. Off the turf, 5 furlongs on a muddy made track. Take out 1, 3, and 7. With those scratches, we have no superfecta. Number 2 is Gentleman's Secret, Luis Valenzuela for Wade Rarick. This horse ran into Optimal Courage last time in the mud and was pretty competitive in that race. Off the layoff, now second time back. Maybe this horse can improve. It looks like Optimal Courage will be the favorite. So this horse hung in there last time. We'll see if he can reverse the finish at the wire this time around. 4 would have been the hot favorite if we were on the turf. He's a really, really nice turf horse. Doesn't have the same form on the dirt. 1 for 15 on a fast track, 0 for 4 on a wet, but he's still one of those horses that I think you have to consider because he always seems to run his race. Tanner Tracy conditions, Lindy Wade pilots, and Lindy Wade, I think one of those jockeys sitting on some real nice wins here as the summer progresses. Channel 1's got a shot, but again, I think he would have been much better served by racing on the grass. I'm a big fan of number 5, Optimal Courage. This is one of those race horses that I just love at a place like Canterbury. You know the claiming races need to go, and this is a horse that shows up wet, dry, turf, long, short, doesn't matter. 10 wins from 30 starts, 1 in the mud last time. He has speed, but he can sit just off it. And I think right now at 6-5, that's actually value. I think the Optimal Courage is going to be very, very tough to beat here. 6 is Miami Crockett. Izzy Hernandez gets the call. Sneaky good race last time for Ryan Kenny, beaten only a length and 3/4 against similar competition. He was checked within that race. He looks good down here in the paddock. If you're looking for a long shot to mix into your exactas or tries, I think Miami Crockett could fit the bill. Number 8 is Dive Deep, the Q. Alonzo Quinones for Kevin Danger. Good speed figures, but another horse that I think would have been better served if we're on the turf. We'll see if he can take that turf form and transform it onto the muddy track. I thought the horses all behaved very, very well down here. 5 and 6 were the best turned out down in the paddock for me. I like 5 and 6 the way they're behaving down here. 5 my top pick in the race. Race 2, 5 furlongs on the main track, which is listed as money. Remember, no superfecta wagers here. And for all your wagers, don't forget about that First Bet app. Easiest way to bet at Canterbury, there'll never be a line. You can deposit money. You can take that money right out after you cash. Try the First Bet app. It's the preferred app of all of us up in the press box. Race 2 coming up. Coming at you next.
Happy Sunday, Lynn Dykert. Best bugler in the country is Lynn Dykert, and he brings them onto the main track. They're staying there. It's listed as muddy. No turf racing today. Scratch numbers 1, 3, and 7. Think Minnesota Realty. Thank you. ThinkMinnesota.com.
Welcome down to the Winner's Circle on Family Day Sunday. And since it is a Basset Sunday, we got to have a little Basset game. We have a couple of them today, but the first one is going to be our game of Framed. Now I have Gus next to me, and I understand you have a Basset Hound, right?
Yes.
What's his name?
Johnny.
Johnny, okay. Well, if you like Johnny the Basset Hound, I imagine you might like some Basset Hound movies. So we're going to take a look at a picture from a movie with a Basset Hound in it. If you can name the movie, you win. So let's turn around and take a look at the screen. All right. I'll give you a little bit to think about it, and if you know the answer, you can feel free to shout it out. We take hints from the crowd, so if you know what movie this is, you could help him win a little Canterbury swag on Basset Day. Okay, do you know the answer?
Secret Life of Pets.
Is it Secret Life of Pets? It is Secret Life of Pets. Well done. You do know your Bassets. Okay, you're going to walk away with a little bit of Canterbury swag. And since you do know Bassets so well, do you have a dog that you think will do well in our Basset Hound races today?
I was thinking, Yeah, Hazel, that's one.
Hazel, that is the one. Keep an eye out for Hazel to cross the line first. You have a Basset expert on the grounds. Thank you very much for your knowledge and enjoy. Thanks for playing with me today.
It's post time, and they go into the gate for the second of 8 at CBY. Optimal Courage is favored. Dive deep, last in line. And they're racing, and they broke in a perfect line and dive deep, looks for the lead from the wide side. Optimal Courage, the hot favorite, looking to win 2 in a row, takes the lead to the inside. Miami Crockett between those two in the 3-horse speed duel that Optimal Courage looks to make 1, opening up by a half. After that, Gentleman's Secret flashes out of the crowd fast up to 3rd. Miami Crockett heading the wrong way, and the 9-year-old Channel 1, 7 lengths from the lead, and last and round about the quarter pole, Barajas and Optimal Courage with supreme confidence at the top of the stretch. After that, dive deep, then it's Gentleman's Secret. Behind them, Miami Crockett and Channel 1 still far out of it, 8th pole. It is Optimal Courage spurting clear by 4, and the 1-2 favorite, Optimal Courage, runs away and hides in race 2. Number 5, Optimal Courage, easily 5.826. It's unofficial. 57.72 the final time. Canterbury's second race is official. The third race is on the main track, still listed as muddy. No scratches, no rider changes for race number 3, which is provided by Busch Light. We also welcome the Copeland Buell Company Day at the Races. And we welcome all of our friends with Ashley Furniture to Canterbury Park today. As we remind you each and every race day, Ashley is right across the street from Canterbury with terrific furniture and an exclusive discount available to Canterbury customers. Now, look for Ashley Furniture and a booth by the grandstand entrance right now for an opportunity to win their top-selling purple pillow worth $180. Ashley, thank you. The second race, the Bees Orchid Purse, goes to Optimal Courage and Alfredo Barajas. The winning owners, Byron Lindemann and Silva Racing. The winning trainer and leader of the Thumbs Up Gang, Miguel Angel Silva. Once again, Ashley Furniture has a booth by the grandstand entrance and an opportunity for you to win their top-selling purple pillow, which has a value of $180. line. And they're racing, and they broke in a perfect line and dive deep, looks for the lead from the wide side. Optimal Courage, the hot favorite, looking to win 2 in a row, takes the lead to the inside. Miami Crockett between those two in the 3-horse speed duel that Optimal Courage looks to make 1, opening up by a half. After that, Gentleman's Secret flashes out of the crowd fast up to 3rd. Miami Crockett heading the wrong way, and the 9-year-old Channel 1 7 lengths from the lead, and last and roundabout the quarter pole, Barajas and Optimal Courage with supreme confidence at the top of the stretch. After that, dive deep, then it's Gentleman's Secret. Behind them, Miami Crockett and Channel 1 still far out of it, 8th pole. It is Optimal Courage spurting clear by 4, and the 1-2 favorite, Optimal Courage, runs away and hides in race 2.
light mist starting to fall, I guess you could say. It is a little rainy here in Shakopee. We now have 11 minutes till race number 3. This one was scheduled to be on the dirt, though, and in the third, they go 1 mile. These are optional claimers. Very classy group at that. There's some speed gathered on the inside, though. That's Windcracker, Magoo, and Mr. Who. We'll start with the inside drawn of those 3, and Windcracker is going to make his Canterbury Dirt debut. He was claimed 2 back. That was a $25,000 group, just like this one. But that was at Oaklawn Park. Since that time, they stepped him up into a starter allowance where he ran a good second. He sat just off the pacemaker most of the way, took things over, and couldn't hold off the winner. But that's not a bad winner to lose to, and Windcracker has been rested since that time. The rail draw should suit him. The Silva Barn is having a pretty good weekend, and Windcracker looks to carry that momentum at 7-1. Right next door is Magoo. He's 4-1. Magoo is 2 for 2 over this main track, but he's not coming into this race in quite the same way that he was last year. He has 4 starts at Oaklawn, a couple of them on a wet track, one of them on a good track too, and those 3 were probably the best of the bunch, but he showed speed in all of them, and Magoo being placed between both Windcracker and Mr. Who might be in a compromising spot, but he might be able to clear them too. A lot will tell in this race, probably about 50, 100 yards out of the gate to see if any of these can clear the other, because Mr. Who, just like Magoo, likes to dictate things up front, and that's what he did last time in winning by a few lengths over T-Bone's Trick. That was Mr. Who's 4th race over the Canterbury Dirt. That was his first win in the process, but again, Mr. Who likes to be towards the front. He could fall into a wide trip. He could clear these. If you want to use all 3 of them, I mean, they have a chance to clear each other, but he is the lowest price of the 3 by far at 9-5. He gets 6-1 on Unified Dreams. He is looking to put wins back to back as well. That was a very game head win over Thought, and we will see Thought a little bit later in the card. Unified Dreams had to work pretty hard to get there too. He encountered a very wide journey. Couldn't really help it as he was just trying to get close to the pace, and Unified Dreams couldn't get more than a couple lengths closer early, but Unified Dreams still pulled it off. That was a very game win. I'm surprised you're getting 6-1 on him, but I don't think that you will by the time all is said and done. T-Bone's Trick opened up as your 5-2 co-favorite along with Flat Out Winner. He's drifted just slightly up to 3-1, but that's no surprise considering his record over this track. He is 5 for 6 in the top 2. T-Bone's Trick picked up one of those seconds last time behind Mr. Who. T-Bone's Trick usually comes from off the pace, but he did stay closer to the pace in some of those races down to Turf Paradise this winter. Carlo Lopez does have options, and he drew favorably to use them. You get 9-2 on the outside runner, Flat Out Winner. This is a pretty confirmed closer. I mean, he showed speed a while ago when it was at Hawthorne and when it was up here, but since that time down in Oaklawn, hasn't shown as much. Maybe it'll be relivened now that he is up against this company, and maybe he picks up his first win in start number 5 over Canterbury Dirt. He looks good out in the paddock, and Flat Out Winner is 9-2 with Gallardo in the irons today. If things really get hot and heavy up front, this would by far be the biggest beneficiary of that. You have 8 minutes to bet the third if you want to do it. I'm going to go 4, 5, and 2 in here. The grid of selections is coming up very shortly, and after the third, the first of our Basset Hound races on Sunday. But first, a power play from one Mr. Kevin Gord.
Slick Len Dykert brings them onto the track for the third Muddy Main track. No scratches. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, on television monitors, we welcome the 6 children braving the elements and their reward, free kids' meals from Culver's across the street. These are our Culver's Canterbury kids. Congratulations, boys and girls.
All right, race fans, now time for our power play selection of the day. And today it's going to happen a little later in the card. Race 6, one of my favorite horses, Astronaut Oscar. Let's take a look at the running line, see what we can decipher. Shipped in from Tampa, last time out against similar company. Ran a good third, but very strange within the race. This is a horse that, as you look back at his running lines, does his best work on or near the lead. Drop back before rallying late. Trainer does well at this level. A nice breeze since that last start. And let's take a look right out of the gate. He is where he normally is on the lead. And my theory today is they're not going to rate. They're going to keep this horse up front. You see last time he dropped back, let the other horses take advantage of that front mark, and Astronaut Oscar had every right to back up late because it took him out of his comfort zone, but he showed me that he's in good form right now, and I get that he's in for a tag today for $25,000, but he's a 7-year-old. Pete Madsen knows what he's doing. They've got this horse placed in an area for victory. I look for this horse right here to jump up today and get the lead and do so at around 5-2, maybe 3-1, and take him flag fall to that's all.
It's post time. Into the gate for race number 3. Following this race, the first 3 Basset Hound races. Flat out winner is Said Thoroughbred. They're racing Mr. Who being ridden for speed, and Mr. Who grabs the lead. Windcracker has good speed to the inside. Unified Dreams makes it nearly a line of 3, and they have 7 furlongs to go chasing that 3, looking to win 3 in a row. After that, we come to Magoo, and Magoo's 4 lengths from the front. Then it's T-Bone's Trick, 6 out of it, and to the inside, a flat-out winner. They head up the Canterbury Park backstretch on the Muddy Main, and it's Mr. Who and Harry Hernandez slowing down a bit on the lead as Windcracker comes crackling through to the inside and puts the nose in front. Unified Dreams tracks coyly, about 2.5 out of it, and just to the outside of Magoo. Then we come to T-Bone's Trick, still 6 out of it, now put in last by Flat Out Winner. Mr. Who reclaims the lead, and Mr. Who opens up by 1, make it a half. Unified Dreams on the move. Likewise for Magoo. Windcracker's dropping out of it. Then it's Flat Out Winner. T-Bone's Trick taken to the outside by Lopez for the stretch run, 8 lengths from the front. And around about the quarter pole, it's Mr. Who locked in battle with Unified Dreams. Windcracker watches a good one from 3 out of it. Then it's T-Bone's Trick. That one is to the outside of Flat Out Winner, and they're coming home now. Up goes Unified Dreams. Mr. Who is now a length back. Then we come to Windcracker and Flat Out Winner. Not today for T-Bone's Trick, and it's Unified Dreams. Slippery when wet. Now entering the winner's enclosure, number 4, Unified Dreams, ridden by
Canterbury Park, Salt of the Earth, Lindy Wade.
And the winning owner is Patrice Sutherland, and the winning trainer,
Gary Shear.
Race number 3 is official. We race the Bulldogs on the dirt track coming up here shortly. So gather around the winner's enclosure or down by the racetrack for a spectacle unlike no other. Nice job, baby. Racing. Mr. Who being ridden for speed, and Mr. Who grabs the lead. Windcracker has good speed to the inside. Unified Dreams makes it nearly a line of 3, and they have 7 furlongs to go, chasing that 3, looking to win 3 in a row. After that, we come to Magoo, and Magoo's 4 lengths from the front. Then it's T-Bone's Trick, 6 out of it, and to the inside, a flat-out winner. They head up the Canterbury Park backstretch on the Muddy Main, and it's Mr. Who and Harry Hernandez slowing down a bit on the lead as Windcracker comes crackling through to the inside and puts the nose in front. Unified Dreams tracks coyly, about 2.5 out of it, and just to the outside of Magoo. Then we come to T-Bone's Trick, still 6 out of it, now put in last by Flat Out Winner. Mr. Who reclaims the lead, and Mr. Who opens up by 1, make it a half. Unified Dreams on the move. Likewise for Magoo. Windcrackers dropping out of it. Then it's Flat Out Winner. T-Bone's Trick taken to the outside by Lopez for the stretch run. 8 lengths from the front. And around about the quarter pole, it's Mr. Who. Locked in battle with Unified Dreams. Windcracker watches a good one from 3 out of it. Then it's T-Bone's Trick. That one is to the outside of Flat Out Winner. And they're coming home now. Up goes Unified Dreams. Mr. Who is now a length back. Then we come to Windcracker and Flat Out Winner. Not today for T-Bone's Trick. And it's Unified Dreams. Slippery when wet. Ladies and gentlemen,
Here come the doggies!
get excited, Canterbury Park, on this cloudy Sunday because it's Basset Hound racing time. You know, the American Kennel Club recognized the Basset Hound in 1895, and the best in the country have descended upon Canterbury Park today. These are hounds worthy of the Westminster Kennel Club and or the Basset Hound Club of America, and here they are for heat number 1. First, we welcome Zoe. Number 2 in heat 1, Rusty Nail. Number 3 is Abby. And number 4, Sweet Caroline.
And number 5, Walter Hamilton!
Sarah and James Mitchell with a big fan base here for old Walter Hamilton. Number 6 is a Basset owned by Basset, a Basset owned by Basset. And number 6 is Toby. Number 7 is a very handsome boy who loves being spoiled by grandma. This is Murphy. Melanie and Derek own this behemoth Basset known as Patches. Now, after winning a multitude of trial races at dog parks all throughout Minnesota, number 9 came ready to run. Here is Milton. And that's the lineup for heat number 1. Now, the lineup for heat number 2. Number 1 in heat 2 is Cookie. Ladies and gentlemen, number 2, perhaps the elder statesman of the Basset Hound races. At age 15, give it up for the old guy. Here's Toby. Number 3 is Marla.
And number 4 is Wilbur!
Number 5 in heat 2 is Copper. Number 6 in heat 2, behold, Arlo.
And number 7 is Hazel!
Hazel. Owned by Janelle Sawatsky. Here's number 8. This is Georgie. And next, number 10, Ramble on Rosie. Rosie. Rounding out heat number 2, this Basset number 11 is Willow. And that's the lineup for heat number 2. The first heat about ready to take off. Now, the top 2 finishers from each heat, including the 3 after race number 7, they return the Sunday of Labor Day weekend for a little ditty we offer called Bark in the Park, with massive prizes available to all these doggies and these dog owners. The assistant owners, the co-owners, they're heading down to the finish line. That's the spot where the Bassets will run to. These impeccably bred Bassets now encounter a muddy main track. The challenge is supreme. So much so, Chris Long from Channel 5 Sports has come out to film it and chronicle said history. Co-owners about to their spots. Get your side bets in. Make side bets on the grandstand apron, friends and family. A little side bet on whichever Basset you think's gonna win. Go! Here come the Bassets with their jowls jiggling, their ears flopping, and looky here, Patches has dominated. Patches first, Milton second, and now the battle between the Bassets ensues behind the finish line as they look to savage each other. Meanwhile, Murphy's just looking for a place to lie down on a humid day. And Sweet Caroline and Olive Pole Hill's friend Walter Hamilton just out for an old Sunday stroll. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for these wonderful owners bringing out these terrific Bassets. 8 and 9, Patches and Milton. We'll see y'all Labor Day weekend for Bark in the Park against the Bulldogs and the Corgis and the Dachshunds. Do me a favor, honey. Throw it away. And now, heat number 2. To see if somebody can dominate the way Patches just did. Straight and strong down the Canterbury Park dirt track, looking like a true professional. This one includes number 2, Toby, the 15-year-old Basset, trying to make these kids cry uncle. Meanwhile, number 1 from Heat 1 is loose. Diversionary toys in play. Co-owners heading down to the flags that make up the finish line. The Bassets are so chill and comfortable and kind. All righty. The owners are in their spots. Heat 2. Go! Here they come. Oh, the old guy Toby has no idea what to do. He hasn't run a race like this in 13 years. But you know what? Georgie gets all the money. And second is Wilbur, who loves sunbathing, and he'll get that opportunity Labor Day weekend. Along with the top finisher, Georgie, they will return for Bark in the Park. Yeah, the old guy Toby, number 2, back by the gate, shaking off the muddy track, just looking for a treat and a hot summer's day. Come on, Toby, you can do it. Come on, everybody cheer on Toby. Come on, little buddy. Toby's a baby. You may be 15, but you're still a baby puppy. Toby is to the 20, to the 10. Touchdown, Toby! Ladies and gentlemen, now the lineup for heat number 3. We are happy to present number 1, a beautiful Basset named Charlotte. Number 2 is owned by Melissa and Mason Matthew. Here comes Lewis. The Beavers are all over Canterbury Park this cloudy Sunday. Amber and Greg Beavers have number 4, Henry Beavers.
And number 5 is Lucifer.
If number 6 wins, the crowd will not be booing. The crowd will be bruising. Here comes Bruce, simply known as Bruce. This one undoubtedly will work this main track like it's a 9 to 5. Number 7, ladies and gentlemen, Dolly Parton.
And number 8 is Bella.
Here comes a strapping 5-year-old Basset going by the name of Rosie. And number 10, Buffy. Here's Buffy. Look at this monster Basset. Holy cow. And she's only 3 years of age. Ladies and gentlemen, behold Uno. That's the lineup for heat number 3. Get those side wagers in with friends and family members. It's a non-wagering pari-mutuel event. However, side bets and TVW are preferred. Once we get this stretch machine known as Uno into her spot, we are about ready to go. Now, we have 3 more of these after race number 7. And we begin our pick 5 about 20 minutes from now. So you got more action than a Rambo movie out here at CBY today.
Everybody having a good time?
Yay, I am. All righty. All righty, about set now for heat number 3. Top 2 advance to the old Bark in the Park. And dog racing immortality. Everybody set, go! Here they come in heat number 3. And this 3-year-old Uno, the longest Basset ever known, has the belly running the dirt, rubbing the dirt, begging for the finish line. Finish second. Dolly Parton bounces right into action and right to Labor Day weekend. What a tremendous finish between Dolly Parton and Uno. There's Bella on the big screen trying to get in the crowd, get a treat. Now, that's Uno trying to go on the turf course, but we don't have any turf racing today because of the rain. Good luck to the marketing rep trying to run down that spry Uno. Uno, come on, man. Come on, girl. Here's the replay. Uno just gasping for air, overtaken by Dolly Parton at that first wire. So Dolly Parton and Uno with those ears flopping, jowl jiggling, butter's getting hard in the refrigerator, Jello's jiggling, and Dolly Parton comes back Labor Day weekend. Kip Rakes with the greatest celebration in the history of dog racing on that on that screen. Hey, once again, a round of applause for these dog owners making this day and all these dog days we have so wonderful, especially for the children. You guys are awesome. Gather around the winner's enclosure if you want. Get some pictures of these Bassets, and they'll be departing from the winner's circle on the south side of the circle if you want to get next to one of these doggies. Thank you guys very much. Pick 5 time, 15 minutes from now.
Those Basset hounds are fun, aren't they? Had a couple coming our way on the inside, but that's just the beginning of the action. We're only halfway there with the Bassets, and we're less than halfway there with the Thoroughbreds. Let's close out this post-time pick 4 in race number 4, and let's start the 50-cent pick 5. Both of those come with this off-the-turf maiden. These are $10,000 claimers. There's going to be 6 girls going to post as we scratch number 4, Manhattan Cherry. She was a scratch out of here. Your 4 to 5 favorites towards the outside, but on the rail is 5-1 Pat's Gal. I scratched into Pat's Gal. She has not done the two-turn thing very much, and the only 2 times she has, she was against maiden special weights and against $40,000 claimers at Oaklawn. Not the easiest task in the world. She's only had an off-track once too. Maybe Pat's Gal will like all of these changes in order for her today, as well as a little bit more ground. She's only tried this level a couple of times, and it might be a good formula for her. She will need some pace to run at, but Pat's Gal can't keep herself too far out of it, and I think she'll be in front of Delusional Dream. Delusional Dream usually comes from very far off the pace, and last time she scratched onto a muddy track on June 10th. Didn't pick up her feet much that day. Constantino Romana is going to take over on her. Delusional Dream can show speed at times, but usually, again, is pretty far out of it, and that would help her a touch more, I think, on the turf than it will on this surface, and right now she is 4-1. Dixie Girl 2 is a different kind of runner. She shows speed typically, especially when she's going long, and she's been going 1 turn in her last 2. Those were her first 2 tries here at Canterbury. She ran 4th in both of them. Last time, quite a bit of distance between her and some of the other ones leading the way, but Dixie Girl 2 was a touch agitated when she was on the track that day. I wanted to get a look at her down in the paddock, and she seems to be a bit more happy with things today. She is bouncing around on her toes, but she looks just a touch happier. Like I said, 7-1 the price on her, and the one that's next in the gate with the scratch of the 4. Mizzen-G-Ma is going to make her 3rd start, and she too is going to try route racing for the first time. She went from 5 furlongs to 6.5 last time, and now she's going to get a mile to work with. They take the blinkers back off her, though. She wore them for her first 2 starts, and she had a clear lead as a result on that June 11th maiden. That was her first dip into this level 2, but she just stopped. I mean, she showed really good speed for a while. Might have gone a touch too quick, but she ended up 5th that day. She was 10-1 that day. She's 7-1 today. Mo Smoking has been the favorite a couple of times in her career, and she's probably going to be today. She is the strong favorite in that respect right now. Mo Smoking can put herself wherever really Erica Murray wants her to be in the race. She can push things along on the front end of Skedaddle's Legacy. Even Pat's Gal and Dixie Girl 2 don't make things very hot on the front end. Mo Smoking looked really good coming over here too. I got to say, when she came into the paddock, she stood out from the rest of them, and there's quite a few horses in here with both the 6 racers and the schoolers, but Mo Smoking made an excellent impression to me to break her maiden in start number 11. Skedaddle's Legacy is 0-4 at this point. Did show speed, but they're going to take the blinkers off her. She didn't wear them for her first 2 starts. She wore them for her second 2. She showed a little bit of speed in all of them, but couldn't put the sticking power with that speed. You get 7-1 on her too, and Skedaddle's Legacy hasn't tried 2-turn racing on the main track, so perhaps that'll wake things up for her. Israel Hernandez got to know her a little bit better last time, and there's a lot of changes for a lot of them, but she is one of the better priced ones in that camp. 7-1 again on the outside runner. This is the start of that 10% takeout 50-cent pick 5, and one of these 6 ladies is going to break their maiden by the time they cross the wire in about maybe 5 or 10 minutes. They're headed out to the track now.
Sir Leonard Dykert brings them onto the track for the 4th. This one is at 1 mile on the main track. And scratch number 4 from race 4.
All right, folks, we're just inside 2 minutes to pick 5 time here. 10% takeout, pick 5. Here is the ticket. We're alive with our pick 4 to the 1 and 6. That's what we're going to key in on in our pick 5. I think the 6 is in a great spot for victory on the class drop. Gary Shear's barn just won again. They are red hot right now, but I do fear Pat's Gal on the inside with Kelsey. In leg 2, 2, 3, and 6, another Gary Shear horse, this time with Lindy Wade. Wise Verdict is my top play in there. Fair prices on all 3 of those. Race 6, even though it's a small field, I'm going to use 3 horses, 3, 4, and 5. Astronaut Oscar I loved on a fast track. Not sure about the wet track. 5 is the horse to beat, Warrior Boss. In the 3-horse field, it is the 7th race. You have to single, in my opinion. And so I made a decision here. I'm going with Swanage, the 7, with the lone speed. And Kelsey will want to stay alive to the 8th race because the 8th race, to me, has potential. I'll use 3, 4, and 8. 8. KC's first BMW could speed away on the front end. It's a $27 ticket. Let's get that pick 4 home. Let's get through this first leg, and let's hit this together. 10% takeout could pay hundreds, maybe even thousands, with a couple of upsets along the way. Play that pick 5. They're approaching the gate. You've got about a minute. Good luck.
And they've reached the gate. It's post time for race number 4, courtesy of Maker's Mark and Jim Beam Bourbon. We also thank Busch Light And we celebrate George Tuvey's 80th birthday. Good seeing you, Mr. Tuvey. Two back. Tuvey back. Tuvey back. One out. A six-pack on a sultry Sunday in Shakopee. And they're racing. Mo Smoking got the jump on the field at 4-5, but that lead has been ceded. And Pat's Gal is a fast gal, and Pat's Gal comes scooting through on the inside to take the lead around the first turn. The one in second is Dixie Girl 2. Then we come to Mizzen G-Ma. Field has become well strung out, especially for 6. 10 covers them. And speaking of the 6, Mo Smoking advancing to the inside of Mizzen G-Ma. Then we come back to Skedaddle's Legacy, and Delusional Dream has been guided to the outside by Roman, about 10 lengths behind number 1, who's currently number 1. It's Patscow and Kelsey. Patscow strolls along with a 1-length lead. Dixie Girl 2 is on the move and cuts that lead to a half, and now a neck, and now a nose, and they travel in perfect harmony into the far turn. Right behind them is Mo Smoking, begging for the light of day on this cloudy Sunday. Outside of Mo Smoking is Mizzen G-Ma. Then it's a mile back to Delusional Dream, and Skedaddle's Legacy is 12 out of it. Pat's Gal, and behind that one is Mo Smoking. Pat's Gal has put away Dixie Girl 2, Mizzen G-Ma 7 out of it, and 1 and 6 have run away from the rest of the field. Pat's Gal to the inside of Mo Smoking on that class drop, and Mo Smoking joins Pat's Gal, and they squabble inside the final 150. It is Mo Smoking the outside, Pat's Gal swinging back on the inside. Mo Smoking leads it by a neck and is edging clear, and Mo Smoking wins it spotless. Cap to boot. Number 6, Mo Smoking, first. 6-1-5-3 in 142.43. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we kick off the 4th of July holiday festivities a week from tomorrow, July 3rd. Live music and fireworks follow racing. We have a special 4 o'clock post time a week from tomorrow, July 3rd. So enjoy an afternoon and night of live racing and end it with our Quick Trip Fireworks Spectacular. Tickets on sale at canterburypark.com/events. Race 4, official. The post time pick 4, $32.55. As the victorious filly Mo Smoking receives a well-deserved bath for her toil, we tell you the 5th is close to 20 minutes from now. In the 5th race, number 4, Astronomical, is now ridden by Harry Hernandez. Hernandez picks up number 4 in race 5. Scratch 8, Bandit Point. Number 8, Bandy, out of race 5. Into the winner's circle, here comes Mo Smoking with Erica Murray. Mo Smoking is owned by Al and Bill Allwelling. And the winning trainer, winning his second race today, Gary Shearer. Who dat? Race 5, courtesy of Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of Canterbury Park. Racing. Mo Smoking got the jump on the field at 4-5, but that lead has been ceded. And Pat's Gal is a fast gal, and Pat's Gal comes scooting through on the inside to take the lead around the first turn. The one in second is Dixie Girl 2. Then we come to Mizzen G-Ma. Field has become well strung out, especially for 6. 10 covers them. And speaking of the 6, Mo Smoking advancing to the inside of Mizzen G-Ma. Then we come back to Skedaddle's Legacy, and Delusional Dream has been guided to the outside by Roman, about 10 lengths behind number 1, who's currently number 1. It's Patscow and Kelsey. Patscow strolls along with a 1-length lead. Dixie Girl 2 is on the move and cuts that lead to a half, and now a neck, and now a nose, and they travel in perfect harmony into the far turn. Right behind them is Mo Smoking, begging for the light of day on this cloudy Sunday. Outside of Mo Smoking is Mizzen G-Ma. Then it's a mile back to Delusional Dream, and Skedaddle's Legacy is 12 out of it. Pat's Gal, and behind that one is Mo Smoking. Pat's Gal has put away Dixie Girl 2. Mizzen G-Ma, 7 out of it, and 1 and 6 have run away from the rest of the field. Pat's Gal to the inside of Mo Smoking on that class drop, and Mo Smoking joins Pat's Gal, and they squabble inside the final 150. It is Mo Smoking the outside. Pat's Gal swinging back on the inside. Mo Smoking leads it by a neck and is edging clear, and Mo Smoking wins it spotless. Cap to boot. After that, Fredonian. And then we come to Mishko, outside Chest Candy, inside May We All. But it's Sign of the Cross dominating on a Sunday. In Channel 1, still far out of it, 8th pole. It is Optimal Courage spurting clear by 4. And the 1-2 favorite, Optimal Courage, runs away and hides in race 2. Out winner, and they're coming home now. Up goes Unified Dreams. Mr. Who is now a length back. Then we come to Windcracker and flat out winner, not today for T-Bone's Trick, and it's Unified Dreams, Slippery when wet. Smoking joins Pat's Gal, and they squabble inside the final 150. It is Mo Smoking the outside, Pat's Gal swinging back on the inside. Mo Smoking leads it by a neck and is edging clear, and Mo Smoking wins it spotless, cap to boot.
Mo Smoking gets the money. Back-to-back wins for trainer Gary Shearer. His barn right now going quite well, near 40% wins at the meet. Keep that in mind as we handicap this race. He's got another live horse here in the 5th. 1 mile on that main track. Looks like speed's holding pretty good right now. I think the horse is up in the early part of the race, near the front or on the lead, are having the most success. But keep an eye on how it plays as it dries out. We've got a nice breeze right now on a beautiful Sunday afternoon under these cloudy skies. The track is changing race by race. Handicap this one, we'll start with number 1, Aries Reigns. Last time out, tried the turf, showed speed before fading. Jockey Erica Murray looks to go back-to-back in the winner's circle. The inside post at this distance is very advantageous. The horse looks good, and there's a workout since that start. So there are some positives here. 2 tries on the Canterbury main track. One of those tries turned up to be a victory. So at 7-1, there's some value there. My top pick in the race is this horse right here. Number 2, Wise Verdict. I've been following Gary Shearer all meet long, and he's been good to me, so I'll stick with him. Wise Verdict comes off a decent 3rd place finish behind Mr. Who last time in the mud. Lindy Wade gets the call. He's riding quite well right now. I think this horse can set off what I believe could be a very lively early pace. I just look at how much early speed is signed on in this race, and I think the 4, 5, and 6 can all crackle, which means this 2 horse can sit off the pace and come get us some good money. 6-1's a fair price on Wise Verdict. Number 3 is Outrun 'em. It's a Minnesota bred against Open Company. Constantino Roman, the jockey, won 3 yesterday. The horse is 0 for 12 on the Canterbury main track, which is pesky, but 6 for 12 in the top 3. So that tells you this horse kind of hangs around and hits the tickets. So if you're going to build a try or super, you can mix that horse on the bottom side of those tickets with some confidence. 4 has speed. It's astronomical. Put Harry Hernandez in the saddle. In from Arizona. Razor sharp and lots of early lick. Looks good down here in the walking ring and currently your 2-1 favorite. 5 is Words of Wisdom. Paul Allen's selection for Emerald Bay Stables. Seek Laura for Robertino Diodoro. Boy, can this horse fly. Last time out was cruising on the front, but then they came and got him late. Unified Dreams has come back to win. We just saw that earlier on the card. That flatters Words of Wisdom, who once again will try to steal away. Another speed ball to his outside is number 6, Thought. Another Diodoro horse. Carlo Lopez gets the call. Gorgeous, gorgeous looking horse down here in the walking ring. By far, in my opinion, the best looking horse in the paddock. That is a good looking horse. What I like about Thought is he's got versatility, has speed, but doesn't need the lead. So if 4 and 5 go too quick, he can reap the benefits. 7 is Make Noise. He'll look to make that noise from the back of the pack. Big closer for Bobby Klein. Chad Lindsay gets the call here. Good looking gray is 7-1. 1 mile the distance. Angela Herman will have a wonderful pick 4 opportunity for you here shortly. Horses are heading down the tunnel. We got one more race after this, and then it's time for another edition of the Basset Hounds after race 6. Race 5, Canterbury Park, horses down the tunnel. It's coming up, it's coming at you, and it is next.
The incomparable Louis Armstrong, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for our bugler, please. Thank you, Louis. To the muddy main track for the 5th. Number 4, Astronomical, is ridden by Harry. Scratch 8, Bandit Point.
It's Basset Hound Day, and we had a few scratches along the way. So the original angle, out. We don't need a racing form for that. We got Basset Hounds to work with today. You see that? That's Mochi. You want a closer look at it? That's a Basset Hound. That's a very fast Basset Hound. That's Mochi. You put them together, and in heat number 6, you got the winner of the Basset Hounds. Mochi is your winner in heat number 6. Gonna give you a double, too. Pair them together with Olive in race number 5, that being heat number 5 of the Bassets. You'll need a truck to carry all that money out here. Side bet strongly encouraged. Real betting coming up next. It is pick 4 time. We're 5 minutes away from it. And as you can see, I used, well, a horse I wouldn't normally use in race number 7, but we start in the 5th. We go 2, 4, and 5 in here. My top pick is Wise Verdict. I've agreed with Kevin quite a bit today, and it hasn't gone so bad. Wise Verdict is another one that we agree on, and right now, Wise Verdict is 9-2. That was a nice third place finish behind Mr. Who last time around, and T-Bone's Trick. They didn't disgrace themselves today, so I'll stick with that. Just the 3 of them in this 5th race, and we'll cut it down to 2 in race number 6. This was unaffected by scratches or surface changes, but I'll stick with Astronaut Oscar and Warrior Boss. They shouldn't be that close together early on in the race, but I thought that perhaps towards the end of it, their contrasting styles would get me through race number 6 in the sequence. Just going to use them all in race number 7. This has been cut down to a 3-horse race, and really on their best day, all 3 of these mares can put up a similar number and a similar time, and they're very versatile sorts. I mean, they're not one-trick ponies, so I'm going to try to get through there. And we can with just the 3. 4 and 8 in race number 8. We do have a scratch in there, Big Boy McCoy. That changes the pace a lot. So I have a deep closer in direct action Casey's BMW on the front end, but hopefully they make that $18 a winning bet. In 4 minutes, we're going to find out how it starts off, and they will be going to the gate very shortly for this mile in the 5th. Your current 2-1 favorite is Astronomical.
Main track now listed as good. And they are approaching the starting gate. Hey, we have kids' birthday party packages at Canterbury Park. We take care of the hosting and decorating. You get 12 admission tickets, 2 for adults, 10 for kids, reserve seating, food and beverage, arcade vouchers, and party favors and dessert. That's available every Sunday during live racing season. CanterburyPark.com. They're at the gate. It's race time. This is Grandma's Love Ya Classic. Welcome to the races, Grandma. Last one in, make noise. Here they come. And there you go. Number 2, Wise Verdict, unseated jockey Lindy Wade. Number 2, unseated the rider and is out of the race. The others roll on with it, and going around the first turn and grabbing the lead is Astronomical, attempting to win 2 consecutive races. After that, we have Aries Reigns, and Aries Reigns is about 2 lengths from the lead as rider Lindy Wade attempts to crawl off the track. The gate has been moved as the others head up the backstretch. And number 2, Wise Verdict, indeed out of the race. So the others go on, and Astronomical leads it by a half from Words of Wisdom. After that, we have Thought, and Thought's about 2.5 lengths clear from Aries Reigns to the inside of Outrun 'em. And Outrun 'em is far clear from the white horse, Make Noise, who's quite silent, 15 out of it. And they're approaching the top of the stretch as they get Lindy into the ambulance. We wish him well on this Sunday with race 5 continuing, and they have a quarter of a mile to go. And Harry and Astronomical still lead it. Between them, Words of Wisdom is languishing, and there goes Thought. And Thought at 2.5 to 1 stampedes to the lead. Aries Reigns is next. After that, we have Outrun 'em, and they're into the final 150. And Thought and Carlo Lopez have run them into the ground. Do hold all tickets. There will be a steward's inquiry into the start of race number 5. Steward's inquiry into the start of race number 5, specifically involving number 2, Wise Verdict. Please hold all tickets. There will be no change to the outcome of race number 5. Number 2, Wise Verdict, stumbled shortly after the start and unseated Lindy Wade. A Wise Verdict caused all of his own problems. So therefore, no reason or merit to make any changes. 6-4-5-3, soon to be official. In the winner's circle, Thought and Carlo Lopez. Thought is owned by Larry Gorno Jr. and the winning trainer, Robertino Diodoro. Ladies and gentlemen, number 2, Wise Verdict, was claimed by trainer Burnell Roan for Rocket Wrench Racing. Revac wins a 3-way shake. Number 2, Wise Verdict, unseated jockey Lindy Wade. Number 2, unseated the rider and is out of the race. The others roll on with it, and going around the first turn and grabbing the lead is Astronomical, attempting to win 2 consecutive races. After that, we have Aries Reigns, and Aries Reigns is about 2 lengths from the lead as rider Lindy Wade attempts to crawl off the track. The gate has been moved as the others head up the backstretch. And number 2, Wise Verdict, indeed out of the race. So the others go on, and Astronomical leads it by a half from Words of Wisdom. After that, we have Thought, and Thought's about 2.5 lengths clear from Aries Reigns to the inside of Outrun'em, and Outrun'em is far clear from the white horse Make Noise, who's quite silent, 15 out of it. And they're approaching the top of the stretch as they get Lindy into the ambulance. We wish him well on this Sunday with race 5 continuing, and they have a quarter of a mile to go. And Harry and Astronomical still lead it. Between them, Words of Wisdom is languishing, and there goes Thought. And Thought at 2.5 to 1 stampedes to the lead. Aries Reigns is next. After that, we have Outrun'em, and they're into the final 150. And Thought and Carlo Lopez have run them into the ground. Do hold all tickets. There will be a steward's inquiry into the start of race number 5.
Well, Thought takes advantage of a perfect trip, a couple of dueling front runners, and goes right on by for Robertino Diodoro. So congrats to the connections. We come now to race number 6. We've got 3 more horse races, but after this race, I'll be down in the winner's circle to take you through 3 more Basset Hound dashes. They are spectacular. So come on down on the apron in front of the main grandstand. Take all the action in with us after the conclusion of the 6th event, which is a 6.5 furlong sprint. These are really nice optional allowance claimers. Very balanced field top to bottom. We'll start with number 1, Beat the Heat. Luis Valenzuela gets the call for Ryan Kenny. 4 starts on our main track, 3 for 4 in the top 3. My main concern was the post and the running style. The inside post is tricky out of the chute at this 6.5 furlong distance, and then this horse likes to come from far, far back. I didn't see a ton of early speed where I thought they'd back up. So this horse off the layoff maybe needs a race, but I think there's some potential here for this horse to be a winner at the meet. Love AAA Ranch. I've watched them for years out west in Arizona with those familiar orange and purple silks. This is Beat the Heat. Number 2 is Reef's Destiny with Kelsey Har for Bobby Klein. I like this horse to be in the exotics mix. I wrote that down a couple nights ago when I was handicapping these races. I think this horse gets a fair enough trip from probably just off the pace. Natural speed, good-looking horse, braided mane in plane for the mouse. He'll love that. With Reef's Destiny, one of his favorite horses, is 12-1. My power play today is this guy just to my left here. This is Astronaut Oscar. Oscar has won 6 times over our main track, and as I talked about when we went over the power play video, I just thought last time out they were a little apprehensive to go to the front, and when this horse gets involved in the race and can get clear, he is so very game. Loves this track, has speed. I'm going to trust David Van Winkle. I'm going to trust Chad Lindsay, and I think this horse gets a good trip today, and I think this horse can clear off when they get to the far turn. 4 is Seed of Success, Eduardo Gallardo for Mac Robertson. This is the X factor for me in this race because this horse has run at places like Keeneland, Oaklawn Park, Del Mar, Santa Anita, and you can see this horse has talent. We know how good a trainer Mac Robertson is, one of the all-time greats, maybe the best ever at this racetrack. So do not sleep on the 4. I want the 3 to get clear, but I fear the 4 being on or near the lead with him, and he is a juicy 6-1. 5 is Warrior Boss, Constantino Roman for Joel Burnt. Like Gary Shearer, Joel Burnt absolutely on fire. The barn right now is rolling. The horse is in good form, loves this track, and I cannot put together an exacta or trifecta without this 5, this Minnesota bred, who I think makes a lot of sense at 3-1. 6 is Strut-On Louis, Carlo Lopez for the Silva Gang. This horse in from glitzy Santa Anita. You know, it has enough early speed to stay close early. We'll need the A game, though, to win this race. This is some salty company. And the outside horse, a former Bob Baffert trainee. It's American refugee, Adamir Santos, another Silva horse. And boy, does this horse look good in the paddock. I didn't have this horse in my top 3 in my analysis, but I tell you, he looks good out here. And the fans are all over this Baffert horse. 2-1. Wow, how about that? We'll find out, though. This is a good race, folks. Top to bottom, we've got balance here. Find your way to the exacta or trifecta in this race. You might get a lot of money back for betting a little. It's claimers, optional allowance style. It's 6.5 furlongs. As they head down the tunnel, don't forget the Basset Hounds are coming. The Basset Hounds after this race. Right now, though, it's time to bet race number 6. They'll be at the gate in around 8.
The sun's managed to come out a little bit, so what better time to be in the winner's circle for a little Basset Hound trivia? Now, I have some Canterbury swag on the line, so who's the possible winner of this?
Owen,
Where are you from, Owen?
Shakopee.
I guess I could have guessed that by looking at your sweatshirt, but with that Shakopee education, you should be able to answer this question in your sleep. It's just about Basset Hounds. We're going to turn around and look at the board. If you answer it right, you'll walk away with some Canterbury swag. Sound good?
Yup.
All right, let's take a look. Today's question is, what feature of Basset Hounds help them pick up scents from the ground? Is it their crooked legs? Is it their long hanging ears? Is it their large head? Or their long muscular body? Now, you do have some Basset experts in the crowd, so if you need a little help, I'm sure they could help you. But I think you can get this. What is that feature that helps them pick up scents from the ground, Owen?
The large head.
Anybody got a suggestion? Large head? Do you think that's right? Do you think that's wrong? Anybody got an answer? I hear something different. Are you sure you want to stick with the head?
Let's go with ears.
Okay, the long hanging ears. Is that what we think? It is the long hanging ears of the Basset Hound that pick up scent off the ground. Congratulations. You're going to walk away with some swag from Canterbury and a couple of passes to come back. Good job.
Thank you.
All right, and everybody enjoy the rest of the Bassets. They are coming up after this race. If you're not out by the outside rail, get out here quick. You're going to want to see it up close and personal.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our Ashley Home Store Purple Pillow winner. We congratulate Giovanni Morales here from Chicago. Giovanni Morales, please collect the prize at the Ashley Home Store table. And they've reached the gate. It is now post time, or race time, for the sixth. Following race 6, we have our final 3 Basset Hound races. That'll take place right around the corner. Good luck with those pick 3 wagers and your pick 4s and 5s that are in play. Warrior Boss 2.5 to 1. Lukewarm favorite. American Refugee is in. Six rearing. And they're racing. And Strut on Louis struts out of the gate first, but has been overtaken by Astronaut Oscar. Astronaut Oscar from Warrior Boss, who's prominent. And after that, we have Strut on Louis. Now overtaken by Sea to Success. That's the rider with the orange silks to the inside. And after that, American Refugee. Then we come back to Reef's Destiny, close Andy. And the one in last is Beat the Heat, far out of it. A clump of equine athletes head into the far turn in unison. In fact, we have 5 abreast, and here comes American Refugee with a huge move to the outside at 3.5 to 1. American Refugee tackles Astronaut Oscar. Strut on Louis had to check and lost 3 lengths. Overtaken by Sea to Success. Warrior Boss scrubbed on very hard, not doing much. Reef's Destiny, 5 out of it, closing in, and then it's Beat the Heat, who's running on but far out of it. And they're still packed up around the top of the lane. Minnesotan Astronaut Oscar boxes on inside. Sea to Success catches an Aqueduct to the inside with the white face. Outside of that, Reef's Destiny at 7 to 1, and between them, American Refugee. Here's Reef's Destiny. Reef's Destiny in time. Photo finish. Number 2, Reef's Destiny, first at 7 to 1. 2-4-3-7 in 118.17. Now entering the winner's circle, Reef's Destiny and Kelsey Haar. The winning owner and trainer is Robert Klein. An upsetter on this sultry Sunday. Behold, Reef's Destiny. Exacta 2570, trifecta 3940, 10-cent superfecta 2437, 3165, and the pick 3 from race 4 paid $70.60. Race 7 is around the corner. The only 3 running are 1, 2, and 7. 1, 2, and 7 are running. Races off the turf. Everybody else is scratched. The final trio of Basset Hound races right around the corner. And they're racing, and Strut on Louie struts out of the gate first, but has been overtaken by Astronaut Oscar. Astronaut Oscar from Warrior Boss, who's prominent, and after that we have Strut on Louie. Now overtaken by Sea to Success. That's the rider with the orange silks to the inside, and after that American Refugee. Then we come back to Reef's Destiny, close Andy, and the one in last is Beat the Heat, far out of it. A clump of equine athletes head into the far turn in unison. In fact, we have 5 abreast, and here comes American Refugee with a huge move to the outside at 3.5 to 1. American Refugee tackles Astronaut Oscar. Strut on Louie had to check and lost 3 lengths. Overtaken by Sea to Success. Warrior Boss scrubbed on very hard, not doing much. Reef's Destiny, 5 out of it, closing in, and then it's Beat the Heat, who's running on but far out of it. And they're still packed up around the top of the lane. Minnesotan Astronaut Oscar boxes on. Inside, Sea to Success catches an Aqueduct to the inside with the white face. Outside of that, Reef's Destiny at 7 to 1. And between them, American Refugee. Here's Reef's Destiny. Reef's Destiny in time. Photo finish.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here at Canterbury Park, get down near the winner's circle. It is time for heats 4, 5, and 6 of those beautiful Basset Hounds. We are going to introduce heats 4 and 5. We'll race a couple, then we'll introduce heat 6. Side bets always encouraged here at this gambling facility. Let's meet the combatants for heat 4. Number 1, leading the band. Give it up for Archie. Breaking from post number 2, here comes Tansy. We We got a big lunker from post 3. Here is Lenny. My trusty assistant Olive will take us through the next Basset Hound.
And here comes number 4, Millie.
Way to go, Millie. Way to go, Olive. Number 5, tails a-waggling. He's a happy guy. Here comes Walter. On the smaller side, but lots of speed. Here is number 6. It is Ethel. Showing lots of energy, please welcome number 7, Lenny.
And number 8, Pink and Spunky, Chloe.
Number 9, sniffing the ground, ready to rock and roll. Here comes Finn. And she's a big girl with big floppy ears. Last in line from post 10. Let's hear it for Olivia. I know a lot of dogs. I know no dog by this name. To start the procession for heat number 5, how about give it up for number 1, Cooper Christmas Pickles. This is you, Jake.
And number 2, long-haired fluffy pup, it's Jake.
Look at that, Jake. It's heat 5 and post 3. Will he be in charge? Here comes Charles. This is you.
And number 4 is Stanley.
Look at Stanley ambling his way out there. Now, for those of us 50 plus, and you like the Oak Ridge boys, how about we give it up for Elvira? Yeah. This is you. Ready? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Next in line, what a cutie she is. Wearing the black saddlecloth, it is Reba. And my assistant Olive has to go with the next one.
It's number 7, Orange Olive.
Olive introducing Olive. How about that? Now, here we go. We're going to get that beat rolling here in the pink saddlecloth. Heat 5, number 8. Good golly, Miss Molly. And number 9, Rolling Ridges Wallace.
Boogie. All right. And number 10, Purple Bogey.
There goes Bogey. And don't forget about the outside post, number 11, gray saddlecloth. Give it up for Mosby. All right, now is the tense time when you want to get those bets in. Keep an eye on those assistants here. They are getting their final instructions, trying to get the attention of these Basset Hounds. They know that there are 11 in the starting gate, but only 2 will come back Labor Day weekend for the Bark in the Park Championship of the World. They've trained for months, and it all comes down to the next 60 seconds of racing. Will these hounds be straight and strong? Will Charles be in charge? Heat 4, will Chloe be the fastest girl? All right, the assistants are heading down to the finish line, roughly 50 yards away. They've got squeaky toys, they've got treats, and they've got the attention of those hounds. The handlers have got the hounds in good position. The starter is John Gruen. He is in charge of all decisions here, including those photo finishes that will decide the championship when they come back Labor Day weekend. The assistants are in position. There's a hush over the crowd here. It's almost like Augusta National and Jim Nance. Ready, set, go! And there go the Basset Hounds. Archie takes the lead. Archie's cruising. Here comes Lenny and Finn, but Archie's straight and strong. He's trying to take them all the way. Who's going to get second? Walter's coming. Who gets second? Yes, indeed. It's Archie and Walter. And we've got a few more hounds still to go. Here comes Olivia. Olivia smells something in the dirt. Now Lenny's picking up his stride. Hello there. Hello, Olivia. How are you? Hi. Hello, Olivia. There goes Olivia. Hey, we got one on the turf. Millie's on the turf. There goes Millie. She wants to be the sod surgeon. And Tansy's still here. And Lenny is just chugging along. To finish the race is to win the race. And these Bassets are all winners today in Heat 4 as they amble towards the final stop, 50 yards away. Big race, big race. Tansy gonna get there. Tansy gonna finish. Oh, we got a loose one. We got a loose dog from Heat 6. Heat 6 has lost a dog. Oh no, now it's trouble. There goes Scarlett. Scarlett's ready to race already. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Remember that name. That's Heat 6. We've yet to introduce Scarlett, but she showed that she's got major speed. Here's a replay of the winner, Archie, who led every long and tedious step of the way. Beautifully done, Archie. Second came down to a quick and late burst by Walter. We've got that Heat 6 Basset wrapped up. Now that you see the assistants trying to keep eye contact with those hounds. A lot of squeaky toys, some snaps. Olive next to me cheering for Olive out there in the orange. Scarlett, good job. Way to warm up there, girl. All right, we're moments away. Get those bets in for Heat 5. Cooper Christmas Pickles is the morning line favorite, but he draws the inside. And the inside could be boggy. We had a muddy track earlier. It's good now, so we'll see if the outside post gets it done. We did just see Archie overcome that inside post. All right, the handlers have gotten to the finish line. There's no chance they can hear or see them, but they continue to make noises down there. Hound sitting professionally. John Gruen's got him in position. Everybody's set. Ready, set, go! And they're off in Heat 5, and we got a good one. Charles is in charge. Here comes Good Golly Miss Molly. Good Golly Miss Molly and Charles. Charles, Good Golly Miss Molly, photo. Photo finish. It looked like Good Golly Miss Molly by a long snout. Here we go. Let's watch it one more time. We got a couple hounds still to go. Look at the finish. Charles is there. Good golly, Miss Molly is charging. Here's the wire. It's the 8. It is indeed the 8 who got there in the final strides. My, oh my. 8-3 official from John Gruen. 8-3 are the qualifiers for the Bark in the Park. We've got a loose hound in the winner's circle. Uh-oh. Loose hound. Don't jump. All right, it's time to meet now the combatants for our final Basset Hound heat. Heat number 6, led by number 1. Please give it up for Luscious. Looking for some divine intervention today. Number 2 is Barrett Church.
And we've already seen her run today. It's number 3, Scarlett.
She was spunky. We'll see if she can bring it to the race. Love it. Number 4 in the yellow saddlecloth, Dahlia.
And number 5 is Mochi.
Here comes Mocher Moki. We scratch the 6, Huckleberry. We move on to number 7. Here comes Walter.
He's a lovable pup. Here's number 8, Hatsy.
There goes Hattie. In the turquoise silks, number 9, the lovely and talented Bella. And for all you Simpson fans, number 10, Big Bad Homer. Ooh, apparently Angela Herman with an angle play on Moki here. Moki's the tout from part of the Steam team. I'm going to go with Scarlett. I saw everything I needed to see right here when she pounced onto that track early. I think she's ready to run. Final chance to bet the Hounds. We've got 2 more great thoroughbred races, but this is it for the Basset Hounds. 2 more will qualify to come back and find out who is the champion of all breeds Labor Day weekend right out here at Canterbury. And again, these trainers and owners have put them through the rigors for months to prepare for this one moment in time. Hounds are barking, but they are in position. The assistant handlers are heading to the finish line. Treats, squeaky toys, and eye contact, all a part of the mix. Hounds intently watching their owners, hoping that they can stay in a straight line and finish the race first or second. Top 2 will qualify, others will go home. Everything's on the line right here. About 30 seconds to get those side bets in. Who do you like? Moki, co-favored with Scarlett. Homer, third choice. All right, the assistant starters are at the finish line. There's a hush over the crowd here. Tension-filled air in Shakopee. 2 hounds waiting to run into the history books. Handlers in position. Ready, set, go! And they come charging out of that gate with Hattie, but there goes Scarlett. Scarlett's doing it again, just like she did in the warm-up. Scarlett's just too good. Close for second, photo, ho! It'll take a replay to see who qualifies, but there was no doubt who was best. Scarlett smoked them in Heat 6, wow. And here come a couple of hounds that are late to the party. Bella, hello, Bella. Yeah, Bella's not interested in us. There goes Homer. Like Homer Simpson, he's doing it at his own pace. We know who won. We know that Scarlett was victorious, but we do not know who finished second. There is the winner, and Scarlett was awesome. Now, who gets to qualify? The placing judges are watching and waiting for this photo finish to see who gets second. It was tight. Here they come. Wait for it. Here it comes. It's going to be tight. Oh, it's the 4. It's Dahlia. Dahlia by a snout. There it is. Give these hounds a big round of applause. They have been here to entertain, and they have done it indeed. Well done, Hound Dogs. right, we get set for the late daily double. This is a 1 mile race off the turf on a good main track. Let's take a look at the field. Start with number 1 on the screen right now is Badger Kitten. The jockey won 3 yesterday. Constantino Roman has never raced on the dirt, but the bloodlines say the horse should be okay. And the early betting also says the horse might be live. Badger Kitten, 2-1, down from that 8-1 morning line. Number 2 is Looking So Lucky in this 3-horse bonanza. Looking So Lucky is ridden by Double H, Harry Hernandez. Good turf form, not much to go on with the dirt form. One race back in February that was taken off the turf, ran 4th that day, but didn't really show much. So the daddy was a good one on the dirt, so was the grandsire. So there's a chance there that there's something cooking. My pick in the race is going to be what I believe is the Lone Speed. I like number 7, Swanage. Kelsey Haar gets the call for Bobby Klein. They just got done taking pictures in the winner's circle together with that nice upsetter in race 6 before we did the Basset Hounds. And it's hard to handicap these 3-horse fields. It's win betting and it's daily double betting only for the gamblers. But to handicap it, the pace scenario is so quirky when you only have 3 horses. And I just thought the 1 and 2, although both have enough natural speed to stay close, probably don't have enough natural speed to put any pressure on Kelsey. And we saw her win from off the pace in race 6, but I think she'll dictate the pace here. I think she leads, and I think she can set a nice tempo. And I'll tell you what, the 7 looks outstanding in the walking ring. I like the coat, I like the energy, and I like the verve I'm seeing from Swanage. I think Kelsey has him chasing her tail all the way. 3 horses, win bets or daily double bets, and some good options in that final leg. So lots of ways to make money. Don't let the 3-horse field fool you. And in race 8, we've got a humdinger. So find a double horse you like, maybe make a win bet here. And I'm on the 7, looking to go flag fall to That's All. And we come back next Wednesday with a 5 o'clock 12-race bonanza. Make plans now as you finish the daily double here to come back for 5 o'clock post Wednesday. We have 7 thoroughbred and 5 quarter horse dashes. It's going to be awesome. Right now, though, it's the late daily double and win betting. 3 horses going to the gate, going 1 mile. Paul Allen calls the race, but first, Sir Leonard Dykert will bring him onto the track. Good luck and enjoy. All right, folks, here it is. The lucky winners for the Quick Drip Dash for the Cast. Each of these fans has a number assigned to a horse in this field. The winner gets $100 from Quick Trip. Second and third each get 20. We only have 3 horses. They all win, but somebody gets $100. Your name and your hometown.
My name's Angie. I'm from Sauk Rapids.
All right, now your horse right now, as I look at the tote board, at 2-1 is the longest shot on the board. Are you discouraged?
No, I think I got the best shot.
Okay, now you've got the hot favorite, your name and where you're from.
Jeff from Ramsey.
Jeff from Ramsey. We know that the 7 horse has lone speed because everybody was out there listening to every word I just said in the paddock preview. Are you worried that the 7 is loose up front? You can't catch him.
No, because I bet on him.
You can't lose either way. Your name and where you're from.
I'm Randy from North Minneapolis.
All right, Randy from North Minneapolis, you've got Kelsey Haar. The hottest gambler in this facility right now is a guy by the name of Johnny the Mouse Mickelson. He was the captain of the 1983 Wyzetta Club hockey team. He turned $14 into $1,300 yesterday. He let it ride last race on Kelsey Haar. All of it because he loves Let It Ride, the movie with Richard Dreyfuss. He has taken that entire voucher, which is now over $8,000, and he's putting it all on the 7 to win. Mouse doesn't always have the best luck, but do you believe that the heater that he's on can maintain?
Yes, sir.
Girl power it is. The Mouse with Kelsey Haar looking to go all the way. Somebody's going to get $100. We thank Quick Trip each and every Sunday. You could be out here, too, with some free money. Good luck, everybody.
Badger Kitten, Looking So Lucky, and Swanage have reached the starting gate, and it's post time. Welcome to the Copeland Buell Company Derby, our featured group for race number 7, which is provided by Atomic Data, the preferred IT solutions provider for Canterbury Park. Here is Swanage, last in. And the race aim, all three off smoothly. And Kelsey asks Swanage for speed, and Swanage, the Kentucky-bred mare, responds, and Swanage takes the lead around the first turn. The trio of equine athletes are separated by 2, and Swanage has company now in the shape of Badger Kitten to the inside, and Looking So Lucky and Harry, they track 4 lengths behind Swanage, and now Swanage runs away by a length and a half, nearly 2. Badger Kitten purrs along now to the outside of Swanage, and just to the inside of Looking So Lucky. So in the Sunday penultimate, it is 7-1-2, and they're covered by 2.5 lengths, and now they have 4 furlongs to go. And Kelsey Haar, looking to double today, still has a tight hold on Swanage, who leads it now by just a half. Badger Kitten and Looking So Lucky are taking on Swanage, and we have 3 astern around the turn. Swanage a long neck. Looking So Lucky, the 2-5 favorite on the 3 wide side, and between them is Badger Kitten, and they all arrive at the top of the stretch together. It is Looking So Lucky and Harry, Swanage and Kelsey to the inside. Badger Kitten now 5 lengths in arrears, and Looking So Lucky is living up to the last part of the name in a very advantageous and a lucky spot. The lead, and it's an ever widening lead on Swanage. Then it's Badger Kitten, but it's Looking So Lucky and Harry. They're gone. Into the winner's circle, Looking So Lucky and Harry Hernandez. The winning owner and trainer, Jose Silva Jr. Race 7 is official. Our final live race today is the 8th, 20 minutes from now. Scratch number 6, Big Boy McCoy. Parents, about 10 minutes after the 8th race, we have 2 races for the children on the dirt track. One for those 7 years of age and younger, the other for those 8 and older. We do that every Sunday. They sprint about 30 yards on the dirt track. That's 10 minutes after the 8th race, or about 30 minutes from now. And the race aim, all 3 off smoothly. And Kelsey asks Swanage for speed, and Swanage, the Kentucky-bred mare, responds, and Swanage takes the lead around the first turn. The trio of equine athletes are separated by 2, and Swanage has company now in the shape of Badger Kitten to the inside, and Looking So Lucky and Harry, they track 4 lengths behind Swanage, and now Swanage runs away by a length and a half, nearly 2. Badger Kitten purrs along now to the outside of Swanage, and just to the inside of Looking So Lucky. So in the Sunday penultimate, it is 7-1-2, and they're covered by 2.5 lengths, and now they have 4 furlongs to go. And Kelsey Haar, looking to double today, still has a tight hold on Swanage, who leads it now by just a half. Badger Kitten and Looking So Lucky are taking on Swanage, and we have 3 astern around the turn. Swanage a long neck, Looking So Lucky, the 2-5 favorite on the 3 wide side, and between them is Badger Kitten, and they all arrive at the top of the stretch together. It is Looking So Lucky and Harry, Swanage and Kelsey to the inside. Badger Kitten now 5 lengths in arrears, and Looking So Lucky is living up to the last part of the name in a very advantageous and a lucky spot. The lead, and it's an ever widening lead on Swanage. Then it's Badger Kitten, but it's Looking So Lucky and Harry. They're gone. Into the winner's circle, Looking So Lucky and Harry Hernandez. The winning owner and trainer.
Kevin Gorg alongside Angela Herman. We put a bow on this beautiful Family Day extravaganza. We saw Bassets, we've seen Thoroughbreds, we've seen Kelsey Haar in the winner's circle.
Everything.
And all weekend long we've seen Johnny the Mouse Mickelson cashing, and he's alive here in the pick 3. Some folks are alive in the pick 5, and I'm hearing rumors Paul Allen's tout here, Stun Gun, is paying well over $15,000. So I'm going to get back to what we talk about each and every day, Angela. 10% takeout, post-time pick 4, late pick 5 is the best value in the game today.
Absolutely. And when you take those takeouts into some of the other wagers that we offer along the way, too, I mean, we get a big card incorporated, add the pick 3, add the pick 5, all turf races, 14%, 10%. Trying to listen to feedback and implement it the best way that we can. And that's with low takeout wagers. I mean, we try to put together the best sequences that we can. Sometimes the weather doesn't cooperate, but this is one of the best examples in a while that we've seen where even if you don't have, 14 horse fields every race, you can still grab that value out of there and make it into a big payoff.
I was all over Big Boy McCoy. This was going to be one of my bets this afternoon. 10-1 morning line. Erica Murray. I thought maybe Lone Speed. Horse scratches. So now I fall into the other speed, who I still think gets a great trip. The 8 KC's First BMW. I know you don't have the horse on top. No. We'll get to your horse. What do you think of my 8?
I would have needed more scratches than Big Boy McCoy in order to put him on top. I put him in second, and I don't take anything away from his last race. He did show speed in that spot. He had to work for it, at least for the first half of the race. But I don't see with Holding Tight, Halo's Laddie, and JJ's Wildcat in here how he still manages to shake loose like that. He didn't break all that quick last time either. I need him to break a little bit better, but being towards the outside should probably negate that. I do have Direct Action on top. Right now he's cold. He's 9-2 on the board. He was your 5-2 morning line favorite, but Direct Action ran really well last time in a spot where I didn't think it was an ideal setup for him. He's run so many 2-turn races, whether they be on dirt or turf in a row. Getting Direct Action back to 6 furlongs, not even 6.5, where he ran fine, was the question for me. But he ran really well behind Johnny Up. I think he'll gain a lot of seasoning out, or a lot of momentum out of that to lead into this spot, and I think he's got pace to run at. So I would take 4-1, 9-2 all day long.
Yeah, I think the 4 is a must-use in the exotics. We're getting a good look at number 3 right there, Harmon Killer Brew, who's had some issues around the gate, gets a little rambunctious. Yeah. Right now, the horse looks great, but I think if you're going to bet the 3, and you got to watch this one all the way through. And our camera crew here at Canterbury does an outstanding job of showing not just the warm-up, but the time they approach the gate. Right. This is a horse that's had some issues, but he looks great right now.
Well, but you can see him. You can just see him kicking out his back feet, and he's pulling on his groom around there. He's tough. I mean, he got scratched on June 4th, threw a fit on the track, he threw the rider, but it was also the end of the day, so anybody that would have been free to sub was gone. So Harmon Killer Brew didn't get to run that day, hopefully gets to run today, but he is the one that you're going to want to keep an eye on because he is just, he's a high-spirited fellow. So if you do put your money that way, and a lot of people are, he is worth monitoring as they get close.
I want to ask you about this guy that's on the screen right now. I know you fancied this horse a little bit last time he ran, and I've watched Miguel Angel Silva time and time again the last couple of seasons bring in sneaky horses at a price. Second time off the layoff. If you go back in his running lines, yes, he has speed, but he could sit just off and pounce. What do you think of his chances to hit the trifecta at a big number? That's the 5, Scary at Canterbury.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to get cute last time and take him instead of his stablemate Direct Action. They end up in the same spot again. We talk a lot about how Miguel Silva likes to put pairs in together into these races, and I'm afraid that Scary at Canterbury was a horse that I like based on his maiden win last year over Stun Gun and a few other ones, but since that time, whoa, does he not look the same. So I'm not going to jump back on board with Scary at Canterbury. Frankly, I think he's a rabbit for Direct Action, and I think that if he does his job, Casey's First BMW, Holding Tight, and some of the others I want to be close to the front end are not going to get what they want.
Yeah, fun race right here, folks, because you can see by the betting that it's kind of going all over the place. And I think, if you can find the trifecta or superfecta, you get paid. 6 furlongs, Minnesota breds, claimers, non-winners of 2 lifetime. As I mentioned earlier, we come back on Wednesday with 12 big races, 7 thoroughbred, 5 quarter horses. And as always, it's a beautiful Sunday to be at Canterbury, simulcasting up on the 3rd level. You can love to bet from all over the country or head down to the main level to the casino, Pie-Gow, Blackjack, Texas Hold'em. We've got you all covered. Food to order and food and beverage service at your table in a beautiful air-conditioned spot. Thanks for joining us. Good luck in the last. The Steam Team returns on Wednesday, first post 5 p.m.
3 minutes.
The time changed. 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Thank you, Brady.
The horses are approaching the gate.
Hey.
It's race time.
Race number 8 on a Sunday. We thank Brady for the assistance, and they're moving into the gate for the lucky last. Following today, racing resumes Wednesday at 5 o'clock. Next week, we race Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Monday at 4 o'clock, and our quick trip fireworks extravaganza. Here is Harmon Killer Brew, direct action 2-1. Casey's first BMW with a resilient Lindy Wade moving in. Direct action 8-5. And here is JJ's Wildcat. Ready to close Sunday right out here at the park. And they're racing in the Brady 8th Race Classic. JJ's Wildcat at 16-1 pops with speed. JJ's Wildcat looking for the lead, but Halo's Laddie and Casey's first BMW, they're also fast. So is Holden tight to the inside with Harry. Then we come to direct action, blocked by the leading 3. Into the far turn they travel. Stun Gun is about 7-8 lengths from the lead. Off the far turn they stroll, and we have a 3-pronged battle for the lead. Holden tight to the inside. Casey's first BMW 3 wide. Between them is Halo's Laddie, and outside of that, direct action is in play on the 4 wide side. Then we come back about 5 lengths to Scary at Canterbury, and Stun Gun is running on. 3/16 of a mile to go, and here comes direct action, and there goes direct action. Stun Gun running on quickly, but only for a minor, because direct action is gone. Number 4, Direct Action, ran first. Photography required for the rest. Final time, 112.64. About 10 minutes from now, a couple of races for the kids on the dirt track. The first for those 7 years of age and younger. The second for those 8 and older. John Gruen, please report to the petting zoo to claim your aardvarks. John Gruen, petting zoo, aardvarks. The numbers 4127. In the winner's enclosure, Direct Action and Adamar Santos. The winning owners, Hidden Creek Farm and Silver Racing, and the winning trainer and leader of the Thumbs Up Gang, he is Miguel Angel Silva. Eighth race official. Pick 5, pay 201 and a piece. And they're racing in the Brady 8th Race Classic. JJ's Wildcat at 16-1 pops with speed. JJ's Wildcat looking for the lead, but Halo's Laddie and Casey's first BMW, they're also fast. So is Holden tight to the inside with Harry. Then we come to Direct Action, blocked by the leading 3. Into the far turn they travel. Stun Gun is about 7-8 lengths from the lead. Off the far turn they stroll, and we have a 3-pronged battle for the lead. Hold in tight to the inside. Casey's first BMW 3 wide. Between them is Halo's Laddie, and outside of that, Direct Action is in play on the 4 wide side. Then we come back about 5 lengths to Scary at Canterbury, and Stun Gun is running on. 3/16 of a mile to go, and here comes Direct Action, and there goes Direct Action. Stun Gun running on quickly, but only for a minor, because Direct Action is gone. All righty, we about ready to race, boys and girls. The metaphorical line is being drawn in the symbolic sand. So give us a second, and we'll get these kids out here 7 years of age and younger, and y'all can fly down the racetrack like there's no tomorrow. Are you excited?
Yes, yes.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
Yes, here they come. The little boys and girls head all the way to the inside. The Jose Silva Jr. group is represented strongly in the first race. All the way to the inside, kids. Hey, all the way to the inside. All the way to the inside. Vámonos, vámonos, vámonos. Parents, you're welcome to come out on the track if you want. Take pictures, videotape, snap, tweet, Insta, whatever y'all want to do. 7 years of age and younger, please. Uno all the way from... All righty, about ready to close this gate. On delay, on delay, on delay, on delay, on delay. All right, gate's about ready to close. 7 and under. Okay, children. Ready, go! Here come the little boys and girls, and they're faster than the Basset hounds. The only difference, we don't have jowls jousting, we don't have bellies rubbing up against the dirt, and we don't have floppy ears flying in the wind, but we do have a young lady stumbling to the finish line. Oh, that was a dramatic bad beat. You had that thing won. Holy cow. I would sue John Gruen in Canterbury Park for everything he has, young lady. Every single thing for putting that thing on the track. Everybody exit over there, okay? One of the rare times in the history of the racetrack we have somebody with a beer on the track. God love you. High fives for everybody. Hey, pretty dress. Nice job. Huh? What? Too slow. Too slow. Oh, you got me. All righty. Nice job, everybody.
Nope, sucker. Oh, you got it, brother.
¿Dónde está Carlo Lopez? All righty, boys and girls, 8 years of age and older, this is the classic event. The 2-year-olds have run their races, and now it's time for the handicapped children, or the handicap level children, that is, 3-2. To get out there, 8 years of age and older. Man, we got some high school kids rolling out here right now. They should have to start back at the 16. Behind the line, everybody. All righty. We have a new rule that's just been made up by yours truly today. The young man in the orange, the young man in the blue cap, take 10 steps back. 10 steps back. And boom. Okay, now you guys are going to wait for me to say, back up, young lady, no cheating at a racetrack. That gets us in a lot of trouble. You're going to listen for the obvious word spelled G-O. Okay, so listen for that word. That's the starting point. And that includes you, Lacey, Har, Klein, Klein, Har. Ready? And this is the future of America. Ready? Go! go. Here come the big boys and girls. Holy cow, look at that kid in the orange just stampeding babies up and down. Now they turn around and run as fast as they can. The kid in the black's as fast as an art span, and he wins. And the big kids got beat. Yes, 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 yes. Hey, we do this every Sunday. God bless all of you guys. Thanks for coming out to the racetrack. We love you guys, man, and we love how much you love us. Have a good Sunday. Everybody, when you depart to my left and grab this guy in the purple in his sides, please. Everybody.